Hey Josh, how's it going? Glad you. I hope you're enjoying your spring break so far. Baseball is back. I know we support different ball clubs, but it is nice to have baseball come back. Tonight is the debut of this new list. The sideboard is probably still a work in progress. It's not perfect, but with the slots freed up by Baseju, given that we don't need to run Assassin's Trophy anymore, because the only thing we really care about, killing in Legacy with Assassin's Trophy is Murktide Regent, and unfortunately, a trophy lines up terribly against the other two threats, namely Delver and DRC. You're training down on mana. I think the Dodger pitching staff is, okay. You still got Bueller, you still got Kershaw, although he's the number three. Uh, Urias is the number two. I'm not a big fan of Tony Gonsolin at the end of the rotation, who's the number five. And Dustin May, if healthy, should be the number four, but that's a big if too. Obviously, we lost Scherzer. I'm happy for the guy. I'm glad he got his money. So, and I don't think Freeman would have given that to 38 or whatever he is year old, 39-year-old. But I am happy for him. Happy for some of the guys that got paid. Corey Seager being another one of them. Obviously, we signed Freeman, but what's it called? He is an LA native, so there is that, and he won a championship with the Braves last year, beating the hated Astros. But yeah, I think especially my wife Judy will be very excited to have baseball back because she likes the constant. Unlike NBA, you have the games pretty much every day, other than maybe some Mondays, some Thursdays, right? So she likes having baseball in the background. From what I understand too, the I know the Giants signed a couple guys, notably I think it was Alex Wood came back from what I understand, and obviously I'm a little bit familiar with Farhan, being that he was originally working with Freeman in the beginning, right? Okay, so there you go. Again, I'll admit it. I'll be the first to admit I'm pretty casual when it comes to baseball, but because I only know guys on our squad, right? I don't know. As a generic baseball fan, I think I don't know as much as probably you or some others, but my little tidbit, right? More of a casual slash homer, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, so Saga is the new addition, and I only got to play with it, essentially one night so far, which is yesterday, because it it had been something I wanted to try for a long time. I just never thought we had the room, and suddenly we do because I just realized, well, this card is just absurd, right? But say like we're just scratching the surface of what this card means for our deck, in my opinion. Like just randomly opening up 80, no, not 80, 20% of your sideboard is just insane, in my opinion. Um, like out of the blue, right? We just like cut the Assassin's Trophy, just don't even need it. And I think now, having tried this, last night a little bit, I tried some worse targets. I think the general thing is you want your targets to be just always good. You don't want to play these narrow things like Meek Stone or, Soul Guy Lantern is not really necessary when you already have Reclaimer, right, for Bog. So definitely the reason why I wanted to try Saga was because of Pithing Needle. And then the second target is the issue. I have not found a good target. And then I want to try Shadow Spear here. Maybe it's okay. I think it does things against Delver, does things against Depths. It's a faster clock. I tried Expedition Map last night, and unfortunately, it's just way too slow. Uh, my good friend Inigo 5-0'd actually with a very similar list, but he ran the map and he just said it was just way too slow. But he agreed Needle is just insane, right? Because you turn Reclaimer into, in addition to just a graveyard hate bear, it's also just a random hoser against many other decks that don't go to the graveyard. So, in addition to, you know, one thing that had been sorely lacking recently is with the removal of Lair of the Hydra, because we just have to maximize Boseiju. There wasn't really something for Reclaimer to do in these combo matchups where we would just want the pressure, and I think Saga does that while giving some extra, tutoring power. But again, this is very much a work in progress. This is going to be literally the first league I'm playing with Shadow Spear. I do think these two are very good. Yeah, so I think the thing is like Thran Foundry and Meekstone and those very narrow targets. I don't think we can afford to run because we don't have Force of Will, right? At the end of the day, and Boseiju helps, but we don't want to run these really narrow targets. I think a kind of a nice target was the Soul Guy Lantern, but in my testing found it kind of medium and not a little bit redundant with Bog, to be honest. So Retrofitter Foundry is a card that I know people play in the Saga list, but um, at least in theory, it seems a little bit slow to me. I'm not sure if it's better than Shadow Spear for our deck because I don't think we need a fair card. I think we need either a hate card or a clock. Like I don't think we need a grinding card, so to speak. So I think Shadow Spear is nice because it just like allows us to turn the corner against Delver. Um, Foundry is a little bit slow, right? Like it takes a few turns before you can actually block Murktide Regent, and I think Shadow Sphere being, I call it BYOB, right? Instead of bring your own beer, it's build your own batter skull. So hopefully that works, right? We put the Shadow Sphere on the Reclaimer, and then we just bash for 4, right? And then uh, it's going to be very difficult outside of Submerge for them to kill a Reclaimer. So that is fairly safe, I think, to stabilize, so to speak, in the matchup. But yeah, that's the theory crafting behind it. Again, no idea how this is going to play out, but I just know that Nito's very good, and I know Map is terrible, and I know Meekstone's terrible. So by similarity or transitive part, what do you want to call it? I suspect Thran Foundry, for instance, the Doomsday Hate will be very bad as well. Um, but with that said, uh, I think those are like the popular targets that I found from other archetypes. Namely, I looked at the lands archetype and I looked at the post archetype to draw some motivation from them. Because they are part of the Sylvan Syndicate and they both run Reclaimer as well. I figured those would be good starting points. Without further ado, I think we can go ahead and start. But definitely very. Oh, I should change the name of the stream. It's not really a mid. It's really. I guess I can leave it in mid range. That's fine. I will update the stream decker right now in parallel. I know that is not at the moment updated. One second. Rexplosion. Sure, we'll be on the play. I think we got to mull that. That doesn't make mana. Significantly better. And then we'll bottom the hoof, obviously. Want to hit a Cradle here, obviously. No Cradle, but we'll take the land. And then we're just going to fetch, safely. Assuming our opponent doesn't know what we're on, which I know some people assume, which is that we're always on elves. But we will fetch correctly and take the Windswept, right? In case they think we're on depths. And the stream decker should be up to date now. Lake of the Dead, you say? Yeah. So the thing about this deck is we want cards that are always good. I don't know if Lake of the Dead, fits within that construct, so to speak. Here, there's an argument to be made. We run out the Shepherd, but we don't have any creatures in hand for the glimpses, which is an awkward draw. Our six wasn't great. Ideally, you don't have a glimpse in the opener. But I suspect Shadow Spear is probably, while not ideal, the second best target. I think we don't fetch here. All right. Unfortunately, here it's awkward if they play a Wasteland. We could get Cradle, but if they play a Wasteland, it's like really awkward. I think we just try to glimpse and see if we just dig for lands, right? Okay, that works. Our build your own thought cast, right? And where's the dash? If I had hit another land drop, I'd probably get the Cradle there, but this is a situation where it's unique that I want to get rid of the glimpse in my hand because I don't want to just muck up our hand with glimpses, so to speak. Here it's a little bit bad if our opponent just goes Murktide, but it's not the end of the world. We still have two Shepherds out, so that means shields are down for our opponent, right? I think it's going to be a Murktide. Yeah. But, I mean, I think we have to play to win, so unfortunately, they just have it here, right? And I think they're just going to try to go face now, like attack us 2 times and hopefully have a bolt, I think is from their perspective. So I think here we just wait. Actually, hold on. If we go, we can bash for a bunch, and maybe that's the. If they play a Cradle, that's real bad though. Sorry, not the Cradle. Sorry. If they play a Wasteland, there's an argument to be made. We just fire off a glimpse here instead of waiting because. Actually, no. I think we want the guaranteed glimpse. So let's. But if not, we can have 4 creatures on board and then threaten a Dino Bash. So there is that. Let's try it. And I think what we want to do actually is fetch preemptively so we don't draw a land. So we at least threaten lethal here, right? Like, argument to be made if we hold and they play a Cradle, it's kind of bad, but maybe. Because we definitely go to whatever here, and then I think we want to at least keep our options instead of tying up our mana, right? Hopefully they just don't have a Cradle. I mean, a Wasteland for a Cradle. Nice. That's like a million now. Sure. They would have to hit the third cradle here, but I mean the third bolt. Oh, borrower? Jesus. So they have a wasteland here. We probably lose anyway. So I think we just play the cradle and pass. It's a tough decision whether to hold back or not, right? Like, essentially, if we had waited a turn for the glimpse, we're all in on the glimpse combo. Okay, we're just dead here. To another Murktide. Hey, Jar Dog, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. Alright, that was unfortunate. We're down a game here, but you'll like this. I'm trying the Urza Saga package in the sideboard tonight. Thank you for the follow, Andreism. Oops, wrong one. Thank you for the follow, DSAM. Yeah, I can see that. Because it is hit by the same hate as the because of the 8-cast deck that is quite popular. But the fortunately is for us, I don't think people are gonna board an artifact or enchantment removal against us. I think here the mapping is awkward. So the decision is you either keep the last hoof as a tutor target, or the miser ley line just try to cheese a win. I think if we draw this, we're not casting it. So I'd rather just take my chances on the one ley line. Arguments to be made. We should run the run a foul to have a clean sideboard, but I think this is okay. Well, speaking of the devil, right? The nice thing is you don't want two because the nice thing is you don't want two because it's the second one's dead, right? Oops. And it's gonna be hilarious if they bring in like enchantment removal because we only have the one. The game might just be over depending on what they kept. Sure. I think here we want to be mana efficient, so I'm just gonna run the Visionary into the days. They made days here. Who knows? Sure, that's fine. Probably just pass. They forced the Murktide, which is funny. Oh, they do have it. Wow, interesting. They must have top decked it because I don't think they pitched the Murktide otherwise. I'm snap blocking. Like their creature's worth more than ours. Like a Heritage Druid doesn't do squat by itself. Ooh, all right. Unfortunate, but we do have the Boseiju. Sure. They're already hellbent, which is kind of nice. Wow. Okay, that's super nice. Uh, we're gonna get the free damage in here first, and then check our draws. Right? Like, there's no need to reveal our hand right now, or like ramp them, so to speak. Ideally, we just hit another land here, right? I think they've already lost. Sure. Like they're hell bent with, and we're like 5 cards in hand. All right, I clicked there too quickly, but I don't think it matters. I'm just gonna fire off this glimpse now. And get the extra value off the Heritage Root. Notably, I didn't bounce the Visionary because I need the mana. Should be over though. Sure. Saving time. Given that we're in a double glimpse chain, you want to just bounce back a 1-drop. Because you want to make the most out of the mana. But yeah, I'm surprised they're not scooping. I think here, I actually love this line where you just pitch the. I don't even think we need the Green Sun, but I think we just pitch the Once Upon a Time and then just draw 2, right? And then we're just gonna bin everything. Uh, Even if they have rough tumble, I don't think they're beating us. The reason being is we have 3-4 reclaimers. Like I think it's over, regardless of what they have. Yeah. Like, what's gonna happen is if they rough tumble here, we're gonna just bounce back a Visionary and we're just gonna bash. All right. Single ley line doing work there. Obviously, pretty funny. I don't think we want the second. I think so the debate before the stream tonight was should I play the run afoul and just cleanly board out? I think the answer to that is probably not because I kind of hate run afoul as a card in general. I only run it because it's necessary, but I think the 1 is okay. If I have issues with Delver, then maybe I make the change. But I think this is like pretty good too, like to open with naturally. You obviously don't want the second one because it's just horrendous. Ideally, we have a second land, but I think we keep. It sucks that we lost game 1. What's it called? Lost game 1. It's possible I misplayed too. I tend to play kind of loose first match of the night. I would have to look at the replay to see. Nobody mauled. So they probably bolt or arbor here, yeah. It's not the end of the world, but not great for us. We needed to hit land there. It sucks because we have to keep these hands, and even though I'm playing for Once Upon a Time, this still does happen. Thank goodness. So I think the line here is we're gonna sequence it so the Reclaimer is the last card. So if it gets dazed or countered, that's fine. Sure. It kind of feels like they're trying to Murktide us here. So, okay, so right now it would be a 6/6 Murktide. Is that something we can beat? I think so. So I'm gonna allow it. That is an interesting attack. Normally I would just snap block, but I think so, yeah. Alright, so there's the Murktide. They're gonna waste us, sure. Possible, given that they attacked, that was a tell, we should have fired off the Endurance. Thank you for the raise, Straz Daddy. Yeah, that was a misplay. Hey, yeah, thank you. I definitely should have, my spider sense should have been going off when they attacked with the DRC there and fired off the. I think we just lose now, unfortunately. Yeah, I think the lesson learned here is potentially we should just mold to make sure we have two lands in the opening hand. We lost this to not having a land. All right, we go to 5. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Play that. Play that. Yeah, it's possible this game plays out completely different if we pitch there. But yeah, unfortunately, you have to kind of guess, right? It's like not great play patterns. Probably win, I think, this game if we pitch. Thank you for the follow, Mike. So that one's on me, chat. Yeah, so the thing about Shriekhorn is like, again, too narrow, right? Like, we could have played Thran Foundry if we wanted to, but again, I don't want narrow targets. So here, I think we want to do it like this. Actually, we can't stop the other flyer, so yeah, that's game. Yeah, the game, I think here we just screwed up, right? Like, we should have just pitched the endurance when we had a chance, and then, yeah, I just don't think that the only thing, I think the only thing there, Josh, is we it's like low impact, I think, right? Like, presumably if we get Saga, we've already have Cradle mana, so I don't think mana is what we want. We want a payoff. So for those of you who are tuning in, here is the deck list. I'll bring it up real quickly as this is like showing here. I'm trying a mini Saga package with Pithing Needle and Shadow Spear. So unfortunately, we are in the 0-1 bracket, so we're facing somebody that's 1-2. Highly likely, this is going to be a matchup that is, especially I recognize this username, probably not a meta deck. Okay, it looks like lands potentially. Might be 8 mulch. I think that's like quite popular at the moment and easy to play. Yeah, if they're playing field, probably is 8 mulch. I would assume. Yeah, again, like the thing is, Josh, we want these targets to like actually be versatile, the way that like Pithing Needle is, and the way that like Spear is kind of versatile. I think here I'm like tempted to take the Boseiju, but I think it's gonna be too slow. There are certain usernames, and I don't want to throw anybody on the bus, but I pair it into them, and I just like get a sinking feeling. Not so much because I think the match is necessarily bad per se. It's just like, especially in leagues, I just feel like it's gonna be a match I'm not going to get any practice, so to speak. I think they are on the 8 mulch version and just kept a poor hand, in my opinion. Is my guess, right? They haven't really done anything. Wasteland is there. I think we can't afford to really play around Blast Zone, so we're just gonna go all in. If they want to waste our Cradle, they can. That's actually a very good draw, and rewards our sequencing there. Oop. Yikes, misclick. Well, that was bad on me. Oops, cancel. They probably waste the Cradle, I'd imagine. Alright. Sure. Now we're just dead here to a crop rotation. But again, my fault for that. Uh, let's see what we would have drawn. A land, so irrelevant. But we would have, dug deeper, I guess. Let's do it like this. The irony, Jesus. All right. If they have merit legs, we're dead anyways. So I think the line here is just to like hoof them. I think probably just pitch this. If they have, like I said, if they have merit legs, we're dead anyway. So, um, wow. Okay, we didn't get punished. DW. I forgot what that stands for. You could, but the thing is, like, they may do it in response. If they, it depends what level you think they're on. But looks like they didn't have it. I have had people who waited afterwards, which is like real sketch in my opinion. All right, so we stole a game we probably should have lost. That to be fair, probably should have won if I did not misclick. All right. Let's see how we want to board here. I think the Shadow Spear is probably pretty good to get out of. We just want more lands in this matchup. Um, I think this is probably okay. I had considered boarding out Glimpse, but the problem with doing that is you have a hard time closing the match, right? Um, Endurance is like okay, kind of slow. I think we just, yeah, I think we want to be a combo deck. I'm gonna trust my instinct here that the force of not negation, but force of vigor here can couple with maybe the tiny Urza's package can get us there. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that, Ming Empire. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna post my socials here. For anybody who wants to check out my Patreon, YouTube, Twitter, Discord, etc. Keep. I think the biggest thing there, if you want to learn this deck, is obviously the YouTube. It's free, and I go over my lines, whether they be right or wrong. I do misplay sometimes on stream and even on off stream. But I think the important thing is not so much whether you play tight or not, at least on stream. It's so much going through your lines and at least more importantly, announcing to the audience when you did make a misplay. The obvious ones being misclicks and things like that. But for instance, in the previous match, mistake by me to not pitch the endurance. I tend to get to try to get the full value for endurance, but I think given the card size or the hand size in both players' hands, probably should have done it there. I think we just double up on the Heritage Druid. So our opponent might be a newer. Ooh, that is kind of annoying. Might be a newer Lance player because the hand that they kept was pretty sketch. That's a good question. I'm not sure because my only recent encounter against lands I lost, but they had kind of like a really good hand. It was a more old school list too, where with Valakut exploration and just like a lot of control elements. So they got the Blast Zone, which import, and the Wasteland back. Honestly, this game is probably not looking good for us, and maybe that's a sign. Well, speaking of Blast Zone, I think we just run out the Heritage Druid here, right? Like, this allows us potentially to go off, and they are still a ways away from the. Well, they can do it 2 turns from now without Mox Diamond help. We're just trying to just draw up our deck potentially right now. All right, they're gonna port us, presumably. Thank you for the follow, Mario Brega. Gotta float the mana in case they do something. At least threaten it. I think we have to draw here. So we're gonna walk ourselves into the blast zone, but there's nothing we can do in my opinion. We need to like hit land drops. Well, that was very bad. We're running a Urza's Saga package. So 1 Saga, 1 Shadow Spear, 1 Pithing Needle. The needle is like a premium target. This is like the best I can do for a second target. Yeah, so we're gonna get our board exploded here, but I don't think there's really anything we could have done about that. Like we just can't sit back, if that makes sense. We could, I guess, in theory, because we can just bash for Reclaimer, but I don't think we want to just like we have to hit land drops against this deck, in my opinion. We can recover from Blast Zone. I don't think I'm gonna fetch there. Yikes. Alright. No problem. Alright, that is a pretty good draw. Yeah, so I was thinking about that. I know they're playing it for Delver, but it just really sucks because they already have Tabernacle in this matchup. And in my mind, it's like, man, you don't even need more hate against us. But what is it called? Splash damage is probably the best word I can say, right? Like, because it does hit the Delver creatures real well. Unfortunately, hits us badly too, right? Potentially. Okay, they just misclicked. They targeted their own land. Uh, they could be. I'm not sure, to be honest, Eli. Actually, potential. I should have probably loaned. I should have bogged there. I spoke too soon. What did they get back with the most recent loan? They got back a Wasteland and Port already, so they already used that. Yeah, that's a mistake by me. Should have bogged. That is a straight up mistake. Yeah, definitely. I just, going through the motions here too quickly. I do play very, very loose. Like I said, first few matches of the night. Maybe it doesn't matter here. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't matter. They just have like a crop rotation anyways. So in actually from a macro level, I think the game plan here is like we try to pressure with singular threats, and then I think yeah we try to pressure with singular threats, and then maybe the saga can get us into this game. Oh, for sure, Eli. Based on the way this game has played out, 100%. I think we bog now. I don't think they. Well, I don't think we want them to like bring back other wastelands, right? Because if they loam, what this does do though is now our shadow sphere is unlocked, and maybe it probably doesn't matter if they have crop. I don't know what list they're on. We haven't seen Manabon, so it could be the old school list. Also, in hindsight, possible we play the Reclaimer, given that we know we're gonna bog anyways, potentially. We could still very much steal this game. Oh, that's actually really good. Our opponent didn't. Oh, I think they have crop rotation. Hmm. All right. Given that they didn't do port us, right? Wow, interesting. I'm like really confused now. We may die. Actually, probably not. Still, to these endurances. Sometimes they just think, oh, like they can like flash in a blocker to nab my creature or shrink reclaimers, which is like not the best idea in my opinion. I don't think we care about Layla at this juncture. The thing is, if we get Saga here and start making dudes, not sure that matters against their endurance. I think we just want to develop mana. Like, yeah, that's fair. Or Cradle is what you mean. I think here we can just get Saga now. This is kind of a neat trick, right? You can do it on draw step, and then it gets two counters immediately, and then tutors. Um, I think here probably a better way to sequence this. I'm not doing it very well at the moment. Because the problem is there's these endurances that I have to deal with now, right? We're on the on defensive side. Um, let's see how they do this. I don't think we care if they bash. Well, if they have a third endurance, they get rewarded, right? They played their maze of Ith already, so I think we'll just bash and see what they do. Like I don't think I'm playing around triple endurance. All right. Three. I don't think we want to make dudes, and then we can potentially get needle their maze, and then pump. So that's kind of good actually. And if they don't have anything else, that's just lethal. Actually, I should do this in case. Actually, I'll let that resolve first. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh my god. Very sloppy by me. I just like threw hard this game right now. We had lethal, but I screwed it up. Oh my god. That's yeah, we botched this big time. I had lethal on board and just like undid it and then did it wrong. Hopefully, it won't matter. Our opponent has not played very stellar either, so there's that. Maybe that's for the best, right? This is a good time to just like get acclimated with the some of the play patterns. Possibly, yeah. I like threw hard, but it's okay. So it's a roller coaster of events that just happen right now. The sign will be if they port us, in my opinion here. If they port us here, they don't have it. If they do, like, okay, they don't have it then. Well, they still could, I guess. Oh, thank you. Oh my god. That one's on me. It's my own fault, but like, it sucks that it was like mechanical, right? Absolutely brutal. All right. We'll concede. Our opponent did not play well either, and I mean neither did we. I guess to be fair. That's it. I think it's fine. This is all for chat, anyways. And as long as we learn something, right? I think we keep. It's not great though. I don't think it lines up well. Is the reason, Eli. I've been meaning to try it the other way, and then I had the idea to play this saga package. Um, yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like we 2 for 0 or 0 for 2 ourselves just to hit a loam. I just don't think it's worth it. And like chump blocking and Mary Lage is not really what I want to be doing. The one thing it does do is potentially we can beat a Tabernacle by just ignoring it, but then 3 damages a turn is not that much. I think we just try to be a combo deck, but I should at least test the other way. I just haven't had the chance. The actual worst timeline, though, as Eli mentioned, like I said, if you want to get me in the tournament, in terms of like, get me earlier because I'm like super sloppy, right? It's just card like 0 for 2 in yourself is I don't think a winning line is the reason why I don't board it in Eli because especially under a Tabernacle. Sure, I guess that's this is kind of interesting because usually it's the other way, right? It's my opponent who has the saga under the sphere lock, so this is gonna be quite fun, I guess. It might be okay though, because I think the reason why this matchup is so hard is because you can't really go wide, and maybe with this saga package you can now, but hard to say. Oh, okay. So they just kill it, I guess. Sure. On the bright side, I don't know if it is. I'd have to test it. Like, I just haven't had a chance to. And oh, they're gonna tabernacle us. Jesus. That's for yeah. So, see, the thing is, like, lands players, I think know, or I think a lot of L players just concede to things like this, and while not over, it is very difficult at the moment to beat this. I don't think we want to lose a reclaimer, so I'm just gonna pay for it and then wait for a turn for Cradle. So the trick here is Tabernacle trigger on the stack. I'm just gonna pitch the Arbor, and then I have one to pay for the reclaimer. I actually think these are the type of games that were more favored to win, unless they had the merit ledge. Jesus, I had to stop myself there. Exactly right. Unless they have it naturally. I mean, I don't want like say the jinx myself. But like this is okay, I think. I waited a turn to do this because I want to keep this. Like this is like game winning. Not to mention it bashes hard. I think we just play this and go. Yeah, Yavimaya would be very scary right now. Just like Dark Ritual themselves every turn, right? So the nice thing now is our Cradle is unlocked. Yeah, there's that too, right? Like I think we're unfortunately we cut the Caracas because we figured the Saga can hit Needle, but they hit our Saga already. So I mean, definitely like layers, more layers of fragility, so to speak. But I think we have to just start bashing. We don't have an out to the Mirror Lage, so I think we need a pressure. Oh shoot, we boarded out our collector. Oof, unfortunately. Um, I think what we want to do here is just like play everything, so to speak. And then if we draw into another Cradle off this Visionary draw here, then we can like hard cast the hoof potentially. We do need to hit another Cradle though. Might be a rotation maybe? Oh my god. Yikes. we it's our fault though. We threw the second game we should have won. And then this game we just couldn't beat this hand. Unfortunately. For what it's worth, the card I would have cut. What? Oh, they're gonna get Yavimaya? If we have Cradle, that's yeah, that's still a win for us. So it's still live. Oh, they're playing it safe. Wow. Okay. I think we are okay with that. Interesting. Yeah, for sure. Like Cradle was our out there. Jason mentioned that. Yeah, so Cradle off the top one. Here a little bit harder, obviously. I think for sure. People not playing the percentages, playing scared as we would say. Also, not the best idea to wasteland a player with a Elvish Reclaimer. Wait, what? Ah, shit. Okay, I tapped wrong then. Shit. All right. Yeah, I think we just do it now then, if that's the case. Yeah, for sure. I like wasn't paying attention, and then I should have pitched the arbor. I was one off. Actually, that works. We just yeah. I mean, accidentally stumbled into the line. It's not intentional. Do they have another land? Is the question. I feel like one of the hands. Okay, so they do. Are we gonna get lucky the way that they did? Got a deck thin to see, right? Yeah, we have now 6 outs. Unless they do it here. Then down to 3, right? That is not what we're looking for. 3, shoot. Hmm. Yep. Sad times for sure. Our opponent almost gave it to us, but we couldn't do it. I think we bash because if they make it, we lose anyways. They may be playing around our Assassin's Trophy or run a foul. Let's see. Oh, nope. Yikes. Yeah, that's true. For sure, Jason. They gave us more outs, we just didn't hit them. Super punished so far, to be honest. Like for my sloppy play, super punished. It's kind of nice too. I don't mind this as much, so I can just cleanly 0-2 drop, so that's okay. Given I've just played really poorly these last 2 games. All right, so that does it. This one is definitely on me. Yeah, I think Lance is actually really good right now, Elon. So the nice thing is, yeah, complete botchery by me here, which is nice. I kind of wanted to start clean anyways. We got I'll call it our warm up league, whatever you want to call it, right? I will go ahead and take a quick restroom break and then be right back. I think the list is probably okay. I just did not play very well those 2 matches. And I will be back in a minute. So I'll bring up the deck for those who are curious what the new tech is. Yeah, Amulet of Vigor, Josh, is a card I thought about, but yeah, only works with Reclaimer. I don't want a card that is just kind of like bad by itself, which is why I've like, didn't play more targets, right? I don't want like one Saga like five targets. I don't think that makes much sense. And probably I'm even okay if Shadow Spear. I think this card actually is good. I'm actually even okay with just 1/1, but I think three total slots is okay. So what was I gonna say? Yeah. So the new thing is, for those of you who don't, yeah, Candelabra would just be better, right? Um, Notably very expensive card too. I think what some people may not realize is, yeah, there's just no more removal, right? We just don't need it. But Seiju just has opened up the sideboard, so to speak, for us. Sir Jorn. I feel like this is a reanimator player. Conveniently, we do have the endurance in there. Not that we would keep this regardless, I think, but kind of funny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Jason kind of hints at it, right? Like we're just like cheating essentially with our removal. Yeah, yeah. Needle it has been a slam dunk. My good friend Inigo, what does it call it? 5-0 with the list today, and he said Needle has been nothing short of stellar. The problem is having that second target, right? I think we just like run it out. We just want to ramp, given our hand has like 3 and 8 drops, right? The reason why I sequenced it the way I did there was because in case they, oh my god, another Tabernacle deck. Sure, I guess. That is not what I want to see. So we made the safe play there, and once upon a time for land, and we just missed, unfortunately. It's not my night so far. But actually, to be fair, probably should have won. Should be too old probably right now, but my own blunder. Not the best showing from me tonight, but maybe we can redeem ourselves. Yeah, actually, I saw that, Eli. I was kind of surprised you're playing Sting Scourger, given that I had recommended or I brought up that card up before to you, and you said that card is not the least playable. But I did think that was kind of funny. Here I think we play the. I hate Tabernacle. It's to me one of the most unfun cards. I think we probably leave it alone in case they would try to wasteland us or something. The prop. I think here we probably just play the endurance. At least now we can start bashing, right? They can end step crop if they want, but I think we're okay with that if they're gonna do that. Yeah, Sting Scourger I like just from EDH. I mentioned it before a few times on stream chat that I do own like goblins in EDH, so that's kind of sweet, I think. I sequenced that wrong. I should have tapped the Arbor first so I can untap later. We're gonna walk into Blast Zone, but I don't think we care. I think we're not gonna win otherwise, so. Actually, I should not play the second Reclaimer there. The reason being is so I can leave up Reclaimer for activation. See, it would have been one, and then I can untap for the second one. Now I'm just like in trouble if they have a Wasteland here. So big misplay actually for me. Not small, but big. We'll just see if it gets punished, right? We actually talked about that line too. Well, actually, it doesn't matter here. If since they have the depths. I think here we have the Cradle paying for everybody. Given that Hoof is in our hand, it's a must hit with the Cradle. I don't think we actually bounce the Visionary here. We have to hit Cradle off essentially 2 draws, and I don't think we have the mana to cast Hoof otherwise. Well, to be fair, we have an Endurance to chump a turn, I guess. So there's that. Yeah. So there is that. That's probably not what we want. I should have done it the other way. I'm getting really sloppy here. Endurance did. Because it comes in untapped. I mean, tapped PMIS. So let's see what happens here. We could. That would be a pretty sick line. We do have a lot of mana. So that might be... I will. I think the biggest thing is we need to keep the Cradle alive here. So I don't think we can afford to get cute. 3/7/7, that's true. That's all we need. What the heck? Hey Mike, how's it going? We'll be at 1, Eli. It's okay. We'll be at 1. Let me see. I believe we have enough. Oh, actually, no. 37. Never mind. I forgot about the life gain. Jesus Christ. Oof. So, let's see. If we do it, that would be 21. There is that. I actually think it's one of those situations where you just don't do the math, right? I actually don't think we have lethal, right? Because this is 7 here, 21 plus 40. So more or less have to do everything. I think we just pay all, yeah. Yeah, it's way too much. We gotta get big boy in now. Let's see if the odds are in our favor, right? From what is it called? Hunger Games. That's a rebuy at least. Actually, hold on. I think we do need to. Well, it's Cradle or bust, more or less. Actually, hold on. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, natural order, long time. I need to make sure this is right. Should that might be actually because that's a lot of damage. It would be 9. Yeah, 9 times 3 is 27 plus 8, 9. Ten creatures. Well, it's not. It would be 9 creatures is the problem. Four, 5, 6, 7. We have to balance is the problem, right? Because look, I think we're just short actually. Let me see. So 7, and then we balance. That will be the 8th, and then we still have 9. That's 27 plus 9 on board. I think we would be 1 short. Wow. I think we would be 1 short. Cause yeah. All right. We do have a lot of outs. All right. We'll just start. That's 1 less out now. Cancel. Heritage would have been one of them there, but not drawing it. That helps actually. I think here we're committed to this line now. We were one short on damage. We had 36, which is kind of brutal. It's all or nothing now. So I'm just. It has to be Cradle here. Actually, that might not even give us an attackers. Nope. We're just dead. All right. Yeah, we had 36 damage, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh well, it's okay. We will get it back. One thing I thought about while using the restroom was endurance in the previous match would have been pretty bad. So I think I'm okay with leaving them out. Yeah, it happens. This is just a really tough matchup sometimes. Pure Goshu. Like, I get asked a lot because I think some people think Elves is really well positioned because of a very good 8 cast matchup. Um, so I get asked, what are Elves' bad matchups? I think right now, T1 decks, turn 1 decks that don't go through the graveyard, like Belcher, Ruby Storm, Epic Gamble, Epic Storm, tend to be all difficult matchups. And then, but besides those that like have a tough time with Force of Will decks. No, PMIS. It had to be one symbiote. Unfortunately, we were. I did the math. It was one short. Actually, this is a good hand. Believe it or not, it loses to. Yeah, this is actually a good hand. It loses to Merit Lage, but only if it's really fast. It is really weird, for sure. This card is like a 10 out of 10 in the matchup, so I think you keep off that alone. Or maybe not 10 out of 10, like 8 out of 10, I guess, if you're being more strict, right? Where 10 out of 10 is like Leyline against a graveyard deck, for instance. Don't want a second one, though. I think here, as long as they tap out, we probably just win with the progenitors. That's not what I want to see. I think we have to pitch that and play it safe. As much as that pains me to do. Sure, that's fine. Definitely playing this. I'm not gonna expose my Cradle either. It's a Saga mirror match. We'll see who's the victor. I think we're pretty favored from this spot, to be honest. Actually, I take that back. They could get Cage here, which would be really annoying. If they do get Cage, though, that's vulnerable at least to their blast zone. We'll see, I guess. Oh man, that's annoying. What in the world? Okay, yeah. Sure. Um, Might as well get the free damage in, right? Should be game. It's kind of insane that they brought in Force of Vigor against me. Like, the card is not supposed to have, like, any targets in general. I guess, unless they know we're on ley line, that's the only thing. Like, it just seems so narrow. But they should just be dead now. Oh, well, I say that, and then now they have a stage. So, knowing my luck, they're gonna get me right now with the card rotation. I think here, how much damage is that? Actually, hold on. What am I doing? Actually, if they have Mirror Lage, we lose, but I think we lose anyways, right? What they should have done was actually Spell Bomb our Arbor, and then that's one off. Oop, whoa, what happened? Okay, my game just like closed unexpectedly, so I will open it up again. Strange. Did the game just cancel out? So, oh, okay, return to game. All right. Oh, I have to re-sideboard though, but that's okay. Everything gets got reset, it looks like. What a weird crash. I don't think so, Eli. Only because I think this is the type of I don't really want to get into a grindy matchup, in my opinion, against lands. So if they have it, they have it. That's okay. I don't think they're gonna mold to it, for instance. So uh, this is what I want to see, right? Natural order in this matchup. I'm kind of surprised they didn't get cage, right? Because I think they probably win, or maybe not win, but favored. Yeah, speaking from Mr. Natural Order himself, right? Or herself. Pretty much, Eli. The Shadow Sphere actually could be relevant here. I think given the hand, um, I think we can go. Yeah, let's do this. We have a turn two Natural Order. Like, if they don't do anything. I could have just led with Reclaimer, but I think if they kill the Arbor, I'd rather. Uh oh. That's no good. I think they had the kill, unfortunately. I think we're dead though. I think they have the Merit Lage. We'll see. Yeah. Oh my god. I don't think there's anything we could have done about that. Like sometimes they have that hand and just it doesn't line up with ours, right? Like um unless we naturally drew Caracas there. I could play run afoul again. The problem is it just lines up poorly, right, against some hands from them. But I think maybe would have helped here. I think that's a brutal loss because I think we had like probably one of our better hands. Unfortunately, got lined up with their better hand, right? Ideally, in this matchup, you want your bad hands to line up against their good hands, so and then have our good hands line up against their bad hands. But that's okay. Okay, one second. I'm gonna go feed the dog real quick, and I'll be back. I'll cancel this. Okay. Okay. No, we couldn't do that. But we could have done it to our what's it called? We could have done it to our one of our other creatures if we had another turn. I will go ahead and try to multitask here, eat and play at the same time. Mm-hmm. Also, I know this is relevant because historically elves has played untappers, so you can't untap. Just Taiwanese food. My wife's the real MVP. She got food so I can stream. It's like what's it called rice and tofu and I guess chicken steak. I guess. No, I'm not in Taiwan right now. I live in California. Yeah, I just remember it's 7 o'clock here and the dog is probably hungry. I don't think we can keep this hand. It's like a mode of 5 almost already. No action either. I don't consider Shepherd action. This is like pretty bad too, but then we have to keep. Our opponent is 0-2, so there's that. I'm almost fighting actually because of that. Do not yield on your opponent's turn because of that. Yeah, actually. Mm. Hey, Romarin, how's it going? I actually think we let this resolve. The logic is, if they take a Once Upon a Time, if we draw a land, we can play the Reclaimer. That's also why we let it resolve. It was for sure very calculated, Eli. That's why we let it resolve. Well, that's the secondary reason. I'm not going to take too much credit for that. But that was one of the things that could happen. It's also, if we draw another Once Upon a Time, that's technically live to find the endurance too. So sorry, homie. I have plenty of experience playing against Reanimator, so I kind of know the percentages and what the best line is. So it helped there. They just conceded this. So the thing is, Eli, yeah. So it really means that we have more outs, right? Like, if they take the Once Upon a Time, sure. We can top deck another Once Upon a Time and potentially hit the Endurance, which is exactly, well, not exactly what happened, but that's another out instead of just topping decking the Endurance. Another thing is, like, if we could just actually draw land and go land Reclaimer, and then that means they have to go underneath. Maybe they kept a slower hand, is the other thing. Uh, our sideboard is not as insane as it once was, but still pretty insane against them. And I think we want actually well, do we want the Shadow Spear? Probably. Faster clock. And then we board out the glimpses. Like, in the history of playing this deck, I don't think I've boarded out glimpse as much as I ever have. Because we have enough hate pieces now where you just don't need it, right? Like, I told Max Gilmore, if the elf player is boarding out glimpse against you, you're probably going to have rough post board games because that means they have a lot of hate. It also lines up really poorly with endurance. I'm kind of happy actually that I'm getting practice against lands because I had not run into it much. I wanted to see like measuring stick right where we were in the matchup, and because I think the match was hard. Body was interesting. Sure. So Mike is one of my favorite what's it called supporters slash like viewers on Twitch chat because given that he plays Storm and I get a lot of insight too from his opinion and just I love the commentary. So here we're gonna seize them, see what they have. The worst timeline here. Okay, luckily it didn't happen. I was gonna say the worst timeline here is they kept only a creature and we like entomb it for them, so to speak. I think that played out pretty well. Easier than I expected, to be honest. I want to actually bring up something. In the list that I recommended, one of the players, Ethan, play at SCG Indy. For sure, Eli. Definitely was. I've actually had it a few times where like I once upon a time find the endurance, but that was even luckier to top deck it. Yeah, I mean you have to get lucky in this matchup, but it also helps when you have like a couple copies of Leyline. That's true. I don't know if it was point 0.5, but probably very low. Uh, there, I will joke. If there is a losing line, the reanimator player will find it. Uh, so that is, it's harder now because especially after Canister revolutionized the deck because he took out all the cards that you should not be touring for, like the Chancellors, I guess. So now it's hard to screw up when you go for Archon, right? Uh, I did try Lantern Romario, so it was not that great in my opinion. It was medium. Like this is Soul Guy Lantern that he's referring to. So I did try Soul Glide Lantern. I didn't think it was that great because we already have Bog, so it's a little bit redundant. I wanted a card that did something else, and especially I wanted a card that was good against Delver. So in theory, at least Shadow Spear is good there. Excuse me. Dawn Reed. I don't think Meekstone's too narrow. That was my first league actually with this list, and I boarded in 0 matchups, so I immediately cut it. Whereas Shadow Spear has text against Merit Lage and it has text against DNT as well, or Burn or whatever. It's actually not that bad because you actually shut off all theirs, and if you get into that kind of situation, it's good. The problem is I think the card is just super narrow. It essentially only comes in exactly one matchup, and I just did not like that. I guess Eldrazi too, but like that's not common. That's pretty hilarious. I thought about that actually, Jason. I thought of you and John. Looks like Reanimator. I actually played it against it like kind of recently. I don't remember. It was either this past weekend or the weekend before, Eli. Actually, I was also thinking about that. I was like, man, Saga's gonna line up real bad against Blood Moon or Magus Moon, which some people I know Eli will bring it in against me, for instance. I don't think I'll bring in Saga to be honest against Eli, but because it was Shadow Spear is pretty good, but I don't think like Nito doesn't really do anything, right? I guess yeah, Nito doesn't really do anything. Could be Doomsday, could be oh it's looks like it's TES. So Eli, my opinion on that is I think it's okay, but not great, like you said. It's probably worse than it was exactly a week ago because I don't know if you've been following or not. Elves doesn't need black anymore, except for combo, which don't have wasteland anyways, right? Like the thing about Bosages is completely changed the deck in the sense that you don't need removal anymore, and being essentially a mono green deck with a slight splash for Thoughtseize is a nice place to be. And I guess you can count Grist and Bog, right? But Bog is more of a spell than a land. I mean, if our opponent has it, they have it. We'll see. Looks like it. Well, it was more so Eli that we don't have to fetch Bayou anymore against Wasteland decks. So if it were me, Eli, I'd probably just play around the moon effect because, and if you hit my Cradle, then I'll live with that. But I don't want to expose myself otherwise, and not having Assassin's Trophy in the deck is nice now because it's like addition by subtraction, right? You don't need to worry. It makes fetching a lot easier now. What do they? Do they just pitch their tendrils? What is going on? Maybe they had Burning Wish. Let's see. No, it doesn't look like it actually. Possible Burning Wish was in their opening hand, but we'll see. Okay, there we go. No, I don't think so. Actually, you're right, Eli. There's a Burning Wish. I just didn't see it. We're going through the gauntlet of bad matchups today. Oh, that's fair, Eli. I wasn't thinking about that. This is actually a matchup where Reclaimer actually improved now with this package. The thing is, like, I wanted Reclaimer to have text in the combo matches where the graveyard is not relevant. And before it was just kind of like one mana, occasional 3/4, but usually 1/2 that it's too slow. It's only good if your opponent's already stumbled. I think here, I think Glimpse is definitely too slow. And then we're just gonna board out like our grindy elements. I do just because I don't have anything better. I know Mike is here in the chat and he's not a fan of it. Um, man, this is tough. Because Mike is here and he's the authority, I will defer to Mike. I will defer. So the question is, do we play some number of more creatures? I probably think that's better because I think we just tap out, and if you want to echo us, like we just live with it. I think Glimpse is just super slow in this matchup. I think we just want to flood the board and dare them to sweep us. I personally think is, I personally also think Leyline is worth it, but probably not. Yeah, probably not. This is like a lot better though. I think the Symbiote is the weakest card here. Like I said, I think I personally like Leyline, but Mike also is a premium subscriber, so I would defer to Mike based on his subscription. I think it is weaker than the second Once Upon a Time. Yes. Actually, yeah, because he can find Cradle. I don't think this card matters in this matchup. Obviously, we just like our sad face if the Once Upon a Time whiffs, right? Usually it doesn't. I think here we're gonna play for a turn two. Oof. The needle you can like get them if they name like Bloodstained Mine or something. I don't like those kind of lines. Obvi- Also, we will really want to name Wish Call Talisman. Yeah, it is. I just don't think that. I think if they have that line, it's one of their slower lines. Like the goal here is to slam down Oof on two. I think redundancy is okay because like TES typically will board in. Yeah, agreed. So I think you have time if they have a Wish Claw hand. It's typically slower, and also they typically board in Prismatic Ending or like Decay or something. And I think being redundant is okay. It's only one card. Also, like you make them do weird things when they have fetches out, so there's that too. If they like set up their cantrip. Also, I want to thank chat for I know I'm eating right now, which is like I know maybe poor taste, but pun not intended. But this is the only way the stream's gonna go on. Otherwise, so is that or no stream? So here, this is why I think the ooh. I was gonna once upon a time for land, but I think given that we drew the C's, we have to do it. Oh, we could just like stone rain our opponent here though. Interesting. Yeah, it is. Man, I'm like debating. I think I take the. De- oh, they can't even cast, so I think I'm okay. I think we take the wish. Yeah. So they can't cast decay. Yeah, I think it's wish, and then we name Bloodstained Mire. Actually, let me look up. Is that the most popular fetch against them? I mean, any test experts know we have here? I'm gonna look it up because I don't actually don't know. I should know this. Where is TES? Here we go. Uh, wow, they are pretty divided. It looks like two Mire, two Delta. That's pretty random. I guess I'll name Wishclaw. I did not know. Yeah, I was gonna if it was forced me to play, I would have probably named Bloodstain. But I guess I didn't know that they're divided. Okay, that's actually kind of funny now. Hmm. I think we do it this way. We play the Boseiju. Well, actually, yeah, we play the Boseiju, and then we once. If we don't hit anything relevant, I think we take the land. I wanted the damage, but that's a fair point, Jason. What have they played out? Nothing, I guess, here. Oh, that's So the interesting thing here is because they're no longer on ending, I think we probably just name instant, and I don't know how they're gonna beat us because they can't get rid of the collective. Yeah, agreed, Mike. I think if if Oof wasn't out, I'd probably name either Artifact or Sorcery. Probably Artifact, actually. Also, I'd like to thank Chad for the patience again. Like I said, I'm wrapping up dinner. Otherwise, I'd be starving, right? Somehow we're ahead on time though, despite me eating. You are spoon tap. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I know. I like to joke. There's a phrase, mouth breather. I'm a literal mouth breather. So like but barbarian, I guess. It's too bad this is like porcelain too, right? You can hear the tapping, so to speak, and not magic mana tapping, right? So when TES was on the 5C build, when TES was on the 5C build, they had literally no outs to Archon and Sorcery. It was like quite funny at the time. So I'd get into these weird situations where they echo and then can't kill me, and then I just Archon like with a dude and 4 mana, right? And they just named Sorcery because I knew their mana base or their list didn't run it bounce, and there's just like a free win, right? Excuse me. I think you just see what they have here. I think we don't even. I think we only lose to Tendrils, so I'll just discard that, right? Like I can't. I don't think there's another line. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. I'm getting a little sloppy here. I probably should have just played the Green Sun, but that's okay. I guess you can call it. This was like sports, right? The disrespect, so to speak. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I have played against Ant like before, where like I would. One of my favorite lines with Ant is like getting your opponent to play spells, and then you have the natural tendrils. Obviously, it didn't happen here, but I'm like aware of that. I guess is one thing. Um, as you can see, we don't have mana in these type of games, so Glimpse not too hot. Again, I'm because Mike is a frequent subscriber. I will defer to his expertise and not bring in the ley lines. They have altitude for what it's worth. Pure Goshu. It's just they didn't have it there. At least the K right was stranded. Nah, I trust you, Mike. The worst timeline here is I'm wrong and you're right, and then I lose your trust and I don't get the subscription anymore, right? That's like the worst time. The best case timeline is what I'm playing for. You're right, I get the subscription, and then we both win, so to speak. This is why I like Doxy so much in L's. Like, it pretty much comes in any combo matchup, aside from the artifact based one. Actually, even some of those, because it's just so flexible and you can bring it in against control too, depending on the variant. Like, I think you want it against the undoing decks for sure. There you go, right? So Jason brought it up. I'm trying to be a fan of the people here, or a man of the people, I should say. I'm also a fan of the people, but in this case here, our opponent, multi five, so could be. This is one of the harder matchups in my opinion, and if we can beat it here on stream, I'll take that. Like, we threw pretty hard against lands in the first league, or I'll try to erase that from my memory, but we did we misclicked pretty hard and through the match. But maybe that's okay because, excuse me. Yeah, that's true. These are the games where we want to slam a ley line, but the problem is drawing a ley line is just so bad too, and we don't have like a super fast clock all the time. Sometimes they'll just wheel you into a win too. Oh, I do have one. Oh man, I guess they have it, perhaps? Yeah, I think they do. I think they have the natural ley line here. I mean, the natural echo, and they're just gonna like pop it. Never mind. We'll see what they kept off the ponder then. Entirely possible it's the echo. We don't have the oof this time. I suspect we're dead though. Like, that they played all their LED mana out like that. Maybe not. Yeah, they probably should have brainstormed. Mike, as Mike astutely mentioned, because you want to go one deeper at least, right? No, it did not, which is strange, right? Like, I'm looking at their first ponder, they did not shuffle, so I'm like a little confused too. Wow, what a hit. Woo! All right. I think the line here is definitely Reclaimer Birchlore. And then we can't cast. Well, we can cast it for later on, but I think we're just gonna pitch the Archon. This is gonna be savage though. Sure. This is even better, right? Because like they're brainstorming in response, so that their setup play is gonna be dependent on Dips getting all this mana out. But what a savage top deck. All right, I'm gonna do it on upkeep. There you go. That is just devastating. They couldn't even have upkeep ad nauseum because they only have one card in hand, which is why I did it on upkeep, so they don't have a second, whatever random thing to save them. But that was, yeah, quite the top deck from us. This card is just low key disgusting when it's disgusting. Yeah, there you go. That would have been disgusting for sure, Mike. It's funny too because I don't think of this card as doing much in this matchup. You have to kind of get lucky. But when our opponent is playing out all their artifact mana to play around discard potentially or Mindbreak Trap, then it becomes a lot better. Like because of ancillary benefits, so to speak. Yeah, Brainstorm Crack LE would have been sick right there, but I don't think we can afford to play around that. Like they would have to like next level us. I think here we play the Visionary and see what we draw first. Oh, that's even better. I don't think so. They have more black sources if I'm looking at my thing correctly. They have actually, so they get some other source. I don't know what they would get. Badlands perhaps. Like it's relevant if they only have one color. Like against Ant, for instance, I know they only have like one volcanic, so you can like hit the volcanic, for instance, but that's like very niche, I think. I think here might be Saga time. We probably just want to bash, to be honest. Like, there's nothing else to get with Reclaimer. I think here we don't actually care, and we just like we don't care about the mana. We just bash more, and then we get our needle here, right? Or actually, let me take that back. So Sphere would add four damage or two damage. So we have four, five, six, seven, eight. They go to 10. I think Needle here is probably just safer. Just to name Witch Claw Talisman. Given that we don't have lethal. Yeah. This is actually quite the clock too, like randomly. It sucks that I had to cut Lair of the Hydra, but this is like a pretty cool replacement. Wow. Okay. Our Saga package didn't win the game, but relevant. It added three extra damage, so they would have been at 7. So they have another turn otherwise. Yeah, Saga's a really good card. Pure Gosu. I'm gonna go ahead and put my bowl in the sink, and then I'll be back in a minute or 30 seconds actually. Forgot my glasses for a second. Don't need them now. I didn't wear them earlier. I put them on the kitchen table counter because I didn't want to fog up when I was eating. I usually don't eat with glasses on because they fog up and just it gets in the way. But now we can mean serious business here. So to recap, we're so far 2-3 on the night. I think we probably could have won the first two matches, but I don't want to dwell on that too much. We'll erase that from the history books. What's not right, Ethan? So I'll bring up my deck list again. It's also on the Stream Decker, where we have the mini Saga package now. I just think. I think the thing is like with Lair of the Hydra removed from the deck, because I wanted just like maximum Basejus. Uh, so this kind of fills that same role while being tutoring your silver bullets. Honestly, I've been pretty impressed. Like, I don't think it's like a must or anything. The way that Reclaimer I think is a must in the deck, but I do think okay. So this person's always on breakfast. I don't think endurance really works against him. But this is like a generically good hand. I think we'll just keep. I don't think we can just like modal reclaimer, right? Like, that's a thing, I guess. But we'll also play as if we don't assume what they're on. I played the depths combo before, Mike. It is not good. I will say that it like scares people, but like drawing a dark depths when you don't want it is the absolute worst, as you can imagine. Sure. So they kept maybe a slower hand or on a different deck. Not sure. I don't think so. But the so Actually, there's a cool story behind that in the sense that when I first started playing Reclaimer, before it was, more popular, essentially when I was still an outcast in the elf community, uh, I did play state when I played the comp, I got to copy their Dark Depths, which is kind of cool, and I had the Karakas to bounce their version, which is like really funny. So Stoneforge Mystic, sure. I think they're gonna get the Shuko here, which means we need to hold up the Seiju. Yeah, I do not think we can tap out here. This is like really awkward for us though. I think you approach it as a creature combo deck. So like I used to board in Thought Seizes against them. I found that's too slow because you just fall behind tempo wise. And I think that has helped me at least. So, but yeah, it's kind of annoying that I have to keep leaving 2 mana up, so to speak. I hate when I have to play defensively, but I think we have no choice here. I think we're rewarded for the patience, though, right? So I think here we want to blow up the Shuko in response so that they don't get a free mill. We are 2-1 at the moment, so I think we blow this up. If they had the other part of the half of the combo, it is what it is. But I think we, did what we could. Sure. And then I think now we just try to go off. Oh my god, they have GT main? I guess it makes sense with all the, the 1-1, the 1-2s and whatnot. I think we bounce here. I was like half on the fence. That's true. They don't have a Narcomoeba out, which is like good, right? I think here we still fire off the glimpse and make them have it. A second one. What did they pitch? The Strix, sure, which would have been problematic. That's pretty good. This is actually a cool line that's gonna come up here. Uh, I'm gonna go ahead and actually generate more mana with the trigger on the stack. And I don't think I want to bounce anything there. So I don't think I want to put the Shuko back into their deck. But that was pretty cool. Because we're in a double glimpse chain now, so it behooves us, get it, to maximize our mana. think, let's see. We don't have another Arbor. I think we have to pass now. We're unfortunately just dead to certain top decks, but nothing we can do about that. Probably should have. Actually, it did. I don't think it matters. I was gonna say maybe put back the natural order. I mean, bin that, but I think we have lethal next turn anyway, so it's now or never for our opponent. We either win or lose right now. The exception is if they discard our hoof. Then the game goes on. There you go, Sadra. All right, so they know the writing's on the wall. Like we drew a whole bunch, and we didn't cast with mana floating. They probably figured at least we have the natural order or something. All right. I don't like this matchup in general, but I'm glad we won game one. Like I said, I don't. I used to lose to Seven Lit Breakfast a lot more because I think I was boarding incorrectly because unlike or similar to Infect, I don't think you can afford to just be behind with discard, even though they're a combo deck. And awkwardly, Endurance doesn't really do anything in this matchup because they can just continue milling, right? I think Needle is good. I think Shadow Spear is well. I think if we're gonna bring in Needle, we're gonna bring in Saga. I think Shadow Spear is pretty nice to get through their dorks, so to speak. Don't think we want Archon, like Dice of Swords. I think if we're gonna natural order, we probably just want it to be lethal. So maybe no Progenitus. Yeah. So this is the new tech, Sadra. I think we want the Grist for sure as removal, and then I think based on what we have left, we can just board out part of the Visionary package. I think this is like reasonable though. There's an argument to be made. We actually want to board out the Glimpses. I think that's probably a decent argument. Well, actually, let me see. I think we do want a way to close, so that's probably fine to do it as is. And the rest is like really solid. Might not even need this. Like Needle by itself might just be good enough. Yeah, I don't think I want that actually. It's actually for the opposite. I'm just using it as a tutor. Like I don't think the Shadow Spear is gonna matter in this. Oh, better lucky than good. They could beat this obviously with like Living Wish stuff, but I think we're okay for the most part. Thank you for the follow, Tiger Jaws. I'm gonna do an unorthodox play here and just lead with the Saga. The reason being is because I want the Green Sun to represent Reclaimer anyways. And it gets the needle out much quicker. This is a new line that I don't think I've like really ever done before. The nice thing too is like with the nice thing also, yeah, it is for sure, Jason. The nice thing about this also is the third chapter trigger on the stack. I can just reclaim or pitch the Saga, so you get full value, right? I don't want to mention the worst timeline of what happens here, and you know, announcers jinx myself, so to speak. Sure. They probably name, if I were to guess, Green Sun actually is pretty logical, given that we didn't do anything. So that one is interesting name. because we have ley line, right? Usually it's not both, but it could be. Sure. I think I think we get the reclaimer here. It is more than that, Repo Cheap. Please, I pretty much have a PhD in mana bases. Do you think I would really only have 12 IMS? Pretty much a PhD in mana bases. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, okay. They must need to hit land drop. That's the only reason why I can think they did that. Sure. Oops, I gotta do tap for mana first. I think given the board state, we're just gonna needle their vial and just like shut off their mana. I think we want to. I don't think so, Sadra. Um, there is an argument to be made to hold the Shepherd. I'll play this in case it matters. I don't know if they have days or whatnot. I think we probably wait here. Yeah, so my mana base is actually. Oh, they're not on Esperval, Decent. Thank you for the subscription. Dan, Decent always the homie. What was I gonna say? They're not Esperval, for what it's worth, Decent. They're on Cephalid Breakfast. It does look like Esperval, so I can see why. Yeah, Endurance awkwardly not good in this matchup because they can just mill themselves again, right? Force check now. If this is engineer, you, I'm gonna be so mad. Yikes! Looks like it will be. Oh, why you gotta do that? Oh my god. Well, now we're punished. Maybe they boarded out the combo. I don't know. That would be like some next level stuff going on. Yikes. They're gonna kill our Arbor, I think. Yep. Wasteland too? What is going on? Sure. Might be just be dead. I'm really confused at the moment that they have Wasteland. Yeah. So Justin, I would do it all the time if I once upon a time. The math works out that you're better off just taking the percentages off of once upon a time than because it's equivalent to mulling anyways. Because on a mulligan, you have this roughly the same odds of having a no lander again, if that makes sense. They're probably gonna flip their engineer now. Yikes! I'm like a little traumatized here. Like our opponent just boarded to a different deck. Yeah, you're already on breakfast. I didn't even realize that. I wasn't paying attention. All right, we're just dead actually. All right, let's catch up on the math here. Something's going on. All right, since we're at it, yeah, 22 sources here, and essentially 14 initial, right, and four once upon a time. So what it comes out to be is these once upon a times are more or less representative of like 2.5 to 3 copies of land of like another initial mana source because of the hit rate. So it's almost the equivalent of like 17 IMS. Um, and I will in general keep hands without initial mana source and once upon a time, and maybe like a cradle or something. Um, if the hand is assuming I hit the hand is good enough, I will do it all the time because like I said, the percentages are very high. I think yeah, the odds what's it called? I think it was ran here, right? Like I don't know. Odds 53, 5, 14, 1. So about 80 compared to 86, right? Like that's why I would take the chance because it's more or less the same. Right? You're losing what 6%, and this is with a higher land count. With a lower land count, it's even lower, right? Like you're losing like 5% or 4%. I don't remember the exact numbers. So that played out very different than I thought. And maybe we just don't respect their combo then, right? Like if that's what they're doing. Um, yeah, I kind of am under the impression maybe we just don't care, right? Like about Shuko and whatnot, and just treat this as a fair matchup if that makes sense. We can board into Progenitus here. I don't like Heritage Druid when they have engineers. Like they like sidestepped us and that just felt really bad. Maybe that's okay. I think Leyline's probably still good at like I think the forces are probably still good because they have GTA and Vile, and then we'll play it this way. So we're not just cold to their combo, so to speak. I could bring in Thoughtseizes to give it, but then I hate doing that against like creature decks. It might be, yeah. I just in general don't really like doing that against creature decks, but might be okay here. Not a great hand, but I think we have to keep. Also, a little bit scarier that they have random wastelands like floating around. I think here we lead with a shepherd and then hope they just like plow or whatnot, and then go turn two oof or one drop arbor. Awkward to have double glimpse here though. If they're on 80 cards, maybe just dare them to have the combo. They probably don't. Our oof gets a lot better here if we have a land. That's like the worst possible right now. One turn late. Luckily, I don't think they have one drops. But yeah, it's super max punish at the moment. I mean, I'm gonna try to, announcers luck myself here, and we need a cradle off the top. They might just engineer us here. Who knows? Yeah, 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 for sure, David. I think we just do it, and then yeah, I hate having to do this. I wanted to hit a land, but it is what it is. We could be getting engineered here. I suspect that they have like recruiters, like given that they have 80 cards. Removal on Oof is like reasonable too, but usually it'd be like white base removal. Sure. Them attacking is kind of strange though, and it scares me. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Like that they had something going on. I think we have to do this now and find the cradle. Wow, that's actually really good. I think we have to. I need the mana. Yeah, the force of vigor quite good here actually to deal with their Strix, and then we hope the next turn. Yeah, it's like kind of nice, right? Like zero mana, kill two things. Does this target? Yeah, it does. That's definitely neato. Ugh, sure. My logic is if they force the force of vigor, they're not gonna force the natural order, right? Yeah, exactly. Jason's on my what's it called the same idea that I have right now. Sure. Let's see if they force my force. I kind of want them to be honest. I'm gonna bait out the force here. Yep. Just the way we drew it up, right? I make that play a lot for what it's worth. You have to do it with confidence, and then they fall for it. That is definitely the highlight of this stream right now. We got a bait out force, from our opponent here. The trick is you do it with confidence, and they get scared, right? All right. I'm gonna use this quick break to use the restroom. I'll be back in 1 minute. That's a pretty nice break point to leave off, so to speak. I'll be back in 1 minute. Thank you, Seja. I appreciate that. Yeah, our loss was to Lands, decent. We lost game one, lost game three. Game one, I don't remember what happened, but and then we won real quickly game two, and then game three we got Mirror Lage. Like that is true, Mike. That's pretty hilarious. It might be Eli if our opponent that or did they just figured we really wanted to get the vial off the board, right? Yeah, we're gonna ignore that first. We'll call it the warm up round. I have mentioned before in previous what's it called in previous leagues or streams that I am very sloppy during the beginning of the night, or just whenever I play in general. The few first two, I would say, probably matches, I tend to play very sloppily. That's fair, Eli, for sure. The thing though is like I probably need to get the Strix off the board, right? It's like having a Waterwood there. I think Eli would probably play DNT before else because Eli has most of the DNT cards already, from what I understand. Justin. I could be wrong. I don't think Eli has like a full, um, elf collection on paper. And people in general, not just Eli, but I've found people like to play decks that they own on paper on Moto. There you go. So Eli just answered the same question that I was, saying. Irish Green. It is past St. Patrick's Day, but we will be playing against this person. Okay, so I wasn't aware that Eli sold paper DNT, but there's that. Um, Given that we're on the draw, I think we have good chances of hitting a land. These are the type of hands that I could potentially just screw myself, right? Oh my. Ooh, it is the tribal warfare here going on. So I know Eli will be rooting for the other side. I mean, I don't blame him. Um, I don't think going well, Sadra. Unfortunately, I asked him about it. He's holding out hope because one similar thing happened before where somebody stole his stuff, and that person tried to sell it to a shop and got caught, so he got his stuff back. But I don't know if lightning's gonna strike twice, is what he told me. So for whatever that's worth, right? I hope we're wrong, but I mean I don't think it's gonna happen a second time. Ooh, all right. Uh, Archon does nothing, or more or less nothing against goblins. So what's gonna happen here is I'm just gonna play out everything and then don't kinesis me here like main deck, please. Yeah, let's do it that way. And we have a ore next turn, like through a lot of stuff. Yeah, I felt real bad for Kieran. Um, I was the sad part about what happened. So for those who don't know, I'm gonna bring it up actually. Um, since we're on the topic, uh, here we go. It was a few days ago. I think he posted. Yeah, so here it is. For those who don't know, Testacular, friend of the tribe, got his stuff stolen IRL. And if you hear anything, please report it. We haven't heard anything yet, but it just sucks that because that. Luckily, the cradles were not real, but even still, we're talking about fetch lands and then like, pretty unique stuff that he posted. So probably gonna get wasted here. But if you hear anything, you can either reach out to him directly, or if you're in my Discord, for instance, he's also available there. Um, it's just very difficult, for him at the moment, and it just sucks. I mean, I don't know how to describe else, however else. I forget who I was playing against. I think it's like I forget who it was. The problem is I forget like all the goblin names are very similar to each other, so I forget who's who. And somebody was playing like three copies of this, and I just that's like not winnable again for elves. And it was at least two. I don't know who it was. It was like one of the regulars though. If I see the name, I'll probably remember. But it's they're definitely in the Discord. The problem is, like I said, the Discord name and the Moto username are not the same. So, I mean, so I can't remember who's who. Yeah. So like for instance, like Eli is Goblin Lackey one, but he's also Kadrin. Um, Luckily, I know that, right? And then there's a one Goblin Lackey, obviously, that doesn't play goblins or doesn't always play goblins, I should say. Uh, I don't think so, but maybe. I think is Grumsh the one that plays the reanimator package, or no? I mean, I could be wrong. Let's see if. But yeah, anyways, there was somebody from the Goblin tribe that got me with like at least two, possibly three copies of like patch links. I was like, that card is that's like not beatable for elves. So if that's the reanimator player, I do not think that was the one. It's probably somebody else. Maybe it was like Samus. I think it was a Samus underscore SSP is the username, but I could be wrong. Like I said. Here I think Needle is probably well. It doesn't stop Skirk, but you can hit Vile. You can hit like Sling Gang, I guess. I forget what else. I have to look it up the list. But Saga. Actually, Shadow Spear seems probably worth it. I think that the Saga package probably is worth it. Now that I think about it, because Bog is bad anyways. I don't think I want to bring in like Force of Vigor. Seems pretty narrow. And I don't think Endurance is like what we want. Yeah, Needle is good. I forget what it names besides Sling Gang and Vile, obviously. I guess I can name Port and Waste. Like that's the thing too. But yeah, this was like my secret tech, right? Like the Saga package that I have been meaning to try. I actually thought it would be not good. It's been better than I thought. Obviously not a keypad here. And then we're gonna put this bad boy back, obviously. This is what I mean. I keep one land hands all the time. I don't know who was asking about it. I think it was like Repo Cheap. And then I know I'm gonna announcer's jinx myself. I'm just gonna whiff right off the Once Upon a Time now. Do not jinx myself, please. Almost did. Almost did. Um. Okay. I don't want to disclose too much because that's between Ethan and myself, Sadra. I'll put it this way. For him, I thought Shepard was a good. Well, he wanted to play the fourth Shepard. I said, if you want to, I'm not gonna like argue on. There's like other people who have like really tried to convince me to play the fourth Shepard. I'm not gonna like make a big deal if you do, and I'm just not gonna do it because I don't think we need it. But like it's not one of the things I care enough to argue over, if that makes sense. Like to me, I'm a mana based nerd, and more importantly, I think than like the number of shepherds. One second, I need to focus a little bit here. More important than shepherd, is the mana base, in my opinion. And if you are not playing, in my opinion, 14 IMS uh, plus 4 Once Upon a Time, I think you need to revisit your mana base because that is the optimal mana base to me and how you just avoid, getting Delvered too often, so to speak. They might just Kinesis us here, who knows. I feel like we're going to get Kinesis here. Yeah, I honestly don't think for the problem is yeah, okay, there it is. I mean, that's fine, I guess. What was I gonna say? I honestly think drawing two in the wrong matchup is like game losing. So I would rather avoid that. Oh my god. Like we walked into that, but I don't know if there's anything we really could have realistically done. We're probably just dead, to be honest. Maybe that means yeah, for sure. They're probably just gonna get us with the gem palm here. Like, I probably should have suspected it, but what am I to do? Just not play my spells? I guess I could have held the what is it called back? I could have held the Shepherd, but the Shepherd's just so low value in this matchup anyways. I don't think it matters. And they have the Passion. Maybe this is just not meant to be this game here. Instant speed, 0 mana sweeper is very good against elves. Unfortunately. Oops, wrong one. I almost thought this was 1 mana for some reason. Yeah, I think Once Upon a Time is like, quite frankly, really broken. I just, man, maybe we weren't gonna win this anyways. Ringleader, Passion, yeah. I'm almost certain Once Upon a Time is the most broken card right now that's not seeing enough play. Like, there are a number of other decks I think should be playing that are not. Any green creature deck definitely should be playing it, in my opinion. That's first of all. Um, yeah, Breakfast is another one that can justify playing. They have the cool line too, like Once Upon a Time retain priority brainstorm. That's pretty cool. Hey Tony, speaking of Mr. Once Upon a Time himself, Tony deserves credit here as the person who first told me I should be playing 4 copies instead of 3. So shout out to Tony. You know, big time member of the Sylvan Syndicate. I think we're just dead here, right? How much damage is that? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we're dead. Yep. So again, we walked into the Pyrokinesis, but like that hand, unless we slow rolled the draws there, so to speak, we could have held the Shepherd back. I guess that's about it, right? But like, not much else we would have done. Some merit. Thank you for the follow, Lava Frog. Some merit for the Grist, but I think that's like not natural how that game played out. So I don't think it's actually good against. There's an argument to be made for endurance though. I just like a 3/4. Maybe that's like hard for them to beat. No, that's not a keep at all. Oh my god. I feel like we keep, but it's like not good. This is like pretty much all in on natural order. What kind of magic? We play against a lot of lands, Tony. So I think Oof you can like steal games, Eli. Gris I think is like, has some value obviously. Whoa. But what was I gonna say? I think though like goblins can typically go wider than elves, and we can't really block is the problem. I think here we just want to hit land drops. So I'm just gonna visionary. I could have just ramped, but we could just like ramp naturally. Our opponent is there's no guarantee that I would have hit a land drop off the top two, right? Obviously getting a reclaimer. Card is Broco. I think here, do we attack? Probably not. I don't think it's worth it. Like, in case they kill the Reclaimer somehow, we can just, like, pitch the Visionary and like in front if they want to. Otherwise, they can like force our hand and make us use a land, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, so Tony, I like to actually, three out of the four members of the Sylvan Syndicate are here right now. Between Tony being the post representative, Jason the depths representative, I guess me for the you'll call it combo control, whatever you want. Sorry, cradle control. Excuse me. We're missing obviously Dukes as a Maverick representative, and of course begrudgingly there's either Ali or Jarvis for lands. I think here I'm not even gonna bother to fetch. I don't think it's worth it. And we're just casually gonna put in a Progenitus. Our opponent, I think, probably holding a Pyrokinesis and probably got a little too greedy here. I think we can bash now, actually. Hail Hydra for sure. Like, the Lackey's not going to get in through the Progenitus, I don't think. But, I mean, outside of something crazy like, I don't even know, War Chief Chromox Lackey, and then one of them connects or something? I don't know. For sure, I agree. Then we pitch the Reclaimer at least, right? Um, Nice. We recovered from our, sluggish start. I mean, it was close, like 2-1s across the board towards the end here, right? But I think the deck played pretty well. We didn't that league. We didn't see the Saga package in detail too much, but I do think it's pretty good. Yeah, if it's Prague versus Lackey, but no creatures in hand, that's a decent shot to raise fair, Eli. I think so. I think you probably even beat me that way. I know I've lost my share fair to Goblins, despite a Progenitus being out. Normally involving these combo lines with Sling Gang and Pashling Mons. That is a card I cannot beat, obviously. Pashling Mons. Sling Gang I can beat, but not the latter. Does the Saga package in the summer get you to the trinkets fast enough? Looks intriguing, but we were that it might be slow. So Tony, that's a good question. I think so. Here's how I look at it. My initial impression with so this is not a new idea, by the way. This is an idea I've had for a while. I just never bothered. Oh, thank you for stopping by, Eli. I appreciate you dropping by the chat tonight. Definitely good time talking it up. I guess fittingly it ended with the battle of the tribal, right? Goblins and elves. But thank you for coming out for sure. And hopefully we can stream one day pretty soon. I know we had talked about it a while ago, but I'm still looking forward to that when we do. But to answer Tony's question, this is an idea I had a while ago. I just never bothered to because one, not only did I think it was potentially too slow, two, there just wasn't enough room. The major change in cradle control, whatever you want to call it, right? Was the printing of a Sage, which, like I said, I think is the best printing for this deck since Once Upon a Time. And keep in mind, that includes Endurance and includes Shepherd, and I guess to a small extent also includes Gris. It does not include Reclaimer, and I do not think it's better than Reclaimer, but it is damn good. Like it's probably only in Fire Design worse than Once Upon a Time and worse than Reclaimer because those two are part of the Sylvan Syndicate and increases consistency, whereas Shepherd, Endurance, and I guess to a lesser extent Gris are just like good cards, not necessarily like the consistency improving engine that like the Brainstorm, the Ponders, and the Preordains are in the blue shells. So that's why I have it a notch below Reclaimer and Once Upon a Time, but probably higher than Shepherd and Endurance because, and obviously Gris is below those, but probably slightly above those because it's part of your mana base. so the cost is pretty low. The cost to an endurance is you can't really it eats up your sideboard. The cost to a shepherd is it's kind of bad against non-blue, right? And not the best really to draw early game. Like when you're trying to develop your mana, it's only good. Like if you have multiples, obviously against a blue deck and they have removal, then it's like could be okay. But if they have like a no removal, sorry, the if they have the no permission hand, then it kind of doesn't do anything. Also, so the boarding plan at the moment is -6, which is 5 for the NO package and oof, and then +3 endurance, +1 saga, +1 shadow spear. This is like BYOB, right? I joke, it's not bring your own beer, it's build your own batter skull. And then the sixth card is I am currently testing the one of Leyline. Uh, no worries, Tony. Oh, I didn't even answer your question yet, but so the reason why I don't think it's too slow is because the play patterns against combo is typically turn one Thoughtseize and turn two like Reclaimer or Shepherd. The cool thing about Reclaimer is you can actually do it on upkeep or it's actually during your draw step. So the tutor is actually gonna come down turn 4. So the way I imagine it playing out is turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Reclaimer, turn 3 up draw step Reclaimer if you don't draw anything relevant, and then turn 4 tutor either Needle or most likely Needle as a combo hate, right? Yeah, yeah. And the other thing is without Lair of the Hydra, Saga actually is a pretty quick clock too, right? That does not exactly the same thing Lair did because Lair you can play main deck, but a similar thing. Um, I don't think so. I mean, I like again, I'm not gonna argue somebody if they want to play the fourth shepherd. It's like to me, it can go either way, right? Like I don't think it's like bad per se. I just don't think I need it personally. But if you are like want some more security against chalice decks or think that you're just gonna run into blue decks all day, it's not like it's like fine to play four. Like I would be more interested to see what being a mana base nerd, what your mana base look like. See these 21 clean lands here is like much more stable than like the 19 land versions I've seen with no Once Upon a Time. Like I cannot believe that's like still exists. Granted, to be fair, what these are typically non the traditional list, so they don't have bogs. So that's one reason why they're one land down. The other thing is sometimes they just don't have permission, right? Like you don't want to draw three shepherds and they have the all removal hand, just ignore your shepherd. So that's the other issue with this card, right? I've had opponents like Delver, for instance, where their hand is like Delver, Delver, Bolt, 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 two lands or something like that, and then they just like bolt everything but the shepherd, and like they bolt my arbors, they bolt my heritage, all the mana stuff, right? And I'm just sitting on, I'm looking at three shepherds and playing just do nothing, right? Like, this happened before. That's the other reason why I don't really like four shepherds because sometimes they just don't have the hand that lines up with it, and you just essentially you have 3/1 ones that don't do anything. So that is my explanation at least. I think there's an argument to be made that we don't want to rely on the Leyline run one run afoul over maybe like a force. But Force like won a game like straight up against TES earlier, so I'd be a little bit reluctant to cut more zero mana interaction. Here we have 8. I'm already sad that I had to cut one Leyline to fit this package. Like we were on 9 free spells. I was joking with inside my own brain, I guess that you know right now 2 of the 3 most free spells decks with the most free spells in the legacy right now are green. I know Tony has like 12 because he has 4 endurance, 4 force of vigor, 4 mind bird traps. So that's 12, right? And then I know Delver obviously has like 8 free permission pieces plus maybe surgical and maybe like 1 or 2 like 1 force navigation for instance, right? It's possible for them to have like 11 as well. And then we have like 9. With this package it's only 8, but still pretty good. Yeah, so Decent kind of like is mentioning what I was alluding that, which is like the way you beat elves is you shut their mana production. Obviously, Shepherd is a gross card, and obviously blue players hate it. But if you're drawing all shepherds and they don't have permission, it's actually kind of bad. Like they will hit your mana, and you're just gonna be stranded with like multiple shepherds, which has happened one too many times for me to go back to 4 copies. Obviously, things can change, and again, if you're gonna play 4 shepherds, I'm not gonna like. That's like the lowest priority for me to argue on. I would rather you play, your 14 IMS, whether that be. I think 3 Besage is just too good not to play, and that's actually why I even went up a land. Like a lot of lands only, like I said, 19 lands and like no ones upon. That is a scary, and in a bad way, mana base to me. May have mentioned, but aren't 3 pretty good coverage for Chalice? So there's the thing, right? Like the printing of Besage also means that you're like pretty immune to Chalice already. 18 if you exclude Arbor. Yeah, it is just you just lose to yourself. Like the other way I build this deck is like I'm gonna dare you to beat me, and that doesn't mean mana screw me for the most part. I don't want to lose to myself, and I think the reason why I like this mana base, like I said, even if you're on the traditional build, please play 20 lands plus 4 once upon a time. Like I cannot stress how important that is. Um, yeah, this does not count as a land, by the way. This is a spell, at least in the context of elves. Um, if I were just to hand this deck to a new player, the way you can make this deck easier to play is you probably move this Collector Ouphe to the sideboard. You can play the 4th Shepherd or the 4th Heritage or even the 2nd Birch Lore. I think the 1 Endurance main is like really good. So is the Gris. And then you can play like 1 to 2 copies, no more than 2 definitely, of Run Afoul, and that will give you an improved Delver matchup. The rest is like I think the only locks in the sideboard, in my opinion, are like the 4 Thoughtseize because they're so flexible, the 3 Endurance, the 4th is in the main, and then the Progenitor. I think those 8 are locks. Everything else is like negotiable, in my opinion. Right now, I think Force of Vigor is really good because of lands and because of 8 casts and DNT. But again, the other 7 cards are pretty fluid. Okay, with that said, I think we can just like start another league. But yeah, we have 3 members of the Sylvan Syndicate here. We don't have a lands representative, or we don't have dues either. I would not do that, Sadra. The access to black is already somewhat not as consistent I would like, for what it's worth, Sadra. And I actually love Lair of the Hydra. It was really good. But all right, we're playing against a Reanimator. Um, I think given we're on the draw, I think we can't really mold to Reclaimer. I'll just keep. Oh, looks like what is going on? Yeah, I mean we know Eric is gonna be on Reanimator, but I don't think molding to the combo is like a realistic line, or Reclaimer is a realistic line. That is pretty nice. Again, that's why you fetch before you once. Because you dig 1 deeper if the land is you're fetching for is in the 5. So maybe Eric can't go off here, hopefully. And then maybe we can glimpse at least a little bit. Oh, shoot. Again, yeah, we're on the draw. It's way too slow. Oh, they're interesting. They're essentially saying we cannot beat an Archon, which is. Thank you for the follow, Mike. Glimpse is way too slow. Yeah, we're gonna lose to Reanimator game one, regardless. Especially since Eric knows I'm on elves. Archon is really messed. It means that they're unlikely. Not that Eric would screw up as much as a normal Reanimator player, but it means they're less likely to screw it up too. I think we pitched the Cradle. Yeah, they can lose with Griselbrand for whatever it's worth. Sure. Unfortunately, Eric is familiar with my list, so a lot. I think the random nonsense matchups have improved a lot because of Beseju. Like these weird, I don't know. Actually, we're just dead. What am I doing? They just attack us here, and that's 9 in the air. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that. Like matchups like this, though, I wish I had the third ley line. Saga obviously really good here. Surprise. Yeah, it was a two-turn clog mine rod double. Yeah, it's the card is absurd. It's built for Reanimator because you get past Caracas, right? Like you're just not cold to Caracas game one the way you sometimes are before. You'd have to be way ahead. I've done it, but they got it super late. Tony, nice. So here they have to go turn one. Otherwise, we have the soft lock, right? This card is just unbelievable. Jesus. Actually, Once Upon a Time is the real unbelievable card. We didn't have the mana to do it there. All right. I think here we probably shepherd and then pass. Given that we don't have a third land drop, I will not get Saga and I'll get the Arbor instead. Oh, that's a good point, Jason. I wanted to say this for the Grist to beat Show and Tell is the reason. Mm, I think here we can just probably just play everything. I think, yeah, let's do that. We have a 1 turn clock. Let's see if they can beat a Gris. No, they don't run anymore because they already have Archon, which is like can beat a lot of these creature decks anyways. They also have Sarah's Emissary. There's that. I think we got it, but I don't want to jinx myself. The Gris there is why I didn't ramp. Like this is another. This is the second layer of disruption essentially, behind the Reclaimer. Yeah, there is a card that I don't want to name. There's a few actually. But they typically don't play these cards anymore, but we'll see. Actually, I know which card I think Jason is talking about. Hopefully, it does not get to it. No, that's not the one. I'll say it right after. If we have another turn and nothing happens here, I'll mention what I think it is, and then Jason can verify or not verify it. It's not Tendrils though. I don't think they play Tendrils anymore because there's just no need to, right? It's a 4 mana card. Sometimes, yeah, it is a 4 mana card. Is what I'm thinking of. There's a 2 mana card too, I guess. That they, yeah. So the cards I had in mind were Massacre and Echoing Truth is the other one that I just thought of right now. That they could realistically have. So pretty nice. We just beat a Griselbrand. Granted, came into play a little bit late, but you beat Echoing Truth with Birchlore. Oh, sure, to kill the thing. That's fair. What is it called? Yeah. Were you thinking of Massacre? No, it's not enough because we just bash for 20 next turn, right? Yeah, Emissary doesn't work. Because if they name creatures, they lose to Gris. If they name Planeswalker, they lose to the creatures. What I had in mind was Massacre. So I think we just keep it back. Obviously, Needle, we just name Griselbrand, right? Like, in case something like that happens where they bounce our stuff. Is this safe enough? I feel like it's probably not. What do you think, chat? I don't think this is safe enough. Oh, yeah. This is a lot better. Actually, the bog would have been funny there, right? Why? That's kind of crazy. Red Blast? I don't think I would play around that either. They probably take the endurance here, right? I think you have to. Whoa, they took the birch floor? Might be a show and tell, maybe? Oh, yeah, it is. Huh. Yeah, we do get our lay down line down, but I think it might be too late, right? The irony is, that first hand would have done it with the needle, but I just think that's so dangerous. Like it loses to anything. I don't actually think we have an out besides Gris to Griselbrand. I'm not sure about that, but this is kind of tough. Show and tell again. I think we were dead anyways. It's hard for us to beat the show and tell hand. Like, there's an argument to be made. We keep the needle, but then if they have a, they can just in tune for Archon and we just lose, right? Like, I'm not sure like that hand was good enough. Maybe it's okay because we assumed that they could have faithless looting because we had the bog as well. But I did not feel safe with that hand. But maybe we just keep it anyways. I just figured a six with a potential ley line was better, but they had that counterplay. We can review the match. Um, Unfortunate, we're starting off with the wrong note again. Here. So this is a keep, right? Because you have bog, you have needle, and then maybe your turn one is your once upon a time either hits endurance or reclaimer. So maybe this is a keep because I didn't put any weight into the bog, but I mean, they could have faithless looting, right? Like usually not though. I feel like faithless looting is like very dangerous because of the sequencing, right? It's very dangerous post board. But maybe the lesson learned is maybe this is a keep, and then you have a really high chance of hitting either reclaimer or endurance out the once upon a time. So for whatever that's worth. Against Entomb, yes, but not against looting. Like that hand was pretty much cold to Entomb, right? Because um, if they have Entomb, that's true. Actually, Jason brings up a good point. Reclaimer into Reclaimer is a brick there, so the once is it has to be the endurance, and our hand is just straight up cold to Entomb there, right? Like we auto lose essentially because the needle so because they can just entomb for the archon. So Jason brings up a good point. Yeah, I think given that like we can look at it again, but oops. Yeah, I think this was like significantly better, right? Because the ones here, they we can be in Entomb or Faithless, and then the ones can be a Reclaimer or a second Endurance as well. Like I think this is like better, but it just didn't line up. We did beat Gristlebrand game two, which was pretty nice though. There will be no 5-0 tonight, unfortunately. Like last stream. I was pretty hyped up after last week's stream. We with the theory crafted no removal sideboard 5 0 which is pretty cool. Yeah, that's probably accurate. I know I've lost my fair share to Iron Claw 2016. For those who don't know, that is the Belcher player I always lose to. Lately, also lose to Tony Scapone a lot. There should be a rule. You can turn one people as long as your deck loses to Leyline. That should be the rule. Oops is okay. Reanimator is okay. Uh, what's it called? Ruby Storm Belcher not is okay. TES also does not lose to Leyline. The old turn two once upon a time. Here I think I'm just gonna protect the Reclaimer, right? Pretty much, yeah. Like the bonus round version that does not go to the graveyard is like unwinnable. Like I think Martin Midson plays it a lot. I just can't beat these decks that essentially don't use the graveyard or Echo, which is like loses to Leyline too, right? Like the Epic Gamble does use the graveyard in that way at least, but I cannot beat those decks. The whole Sylvan Syndicate probably struggles against those variants, except maybe I think Lance probably struggles too, but they have Sphere of Resistance at least. Oh, huge mistake by our opponent. You don't get the draw, by the way, if you do that. And I respond with bouncing it. That's a humongous mistake from our opponent right now. I cannot stress how big of a mistake it was. We will. We need a hate bear that 1 mana green hate bear that like shuts down those non-graveyard based storm decks. I think here. Actually, that bad sequencing by me. I should have Visionary first, and then if I draw Cradle, like change up my line. But now that we screwed up, that's okay. Yeah, green definitely sign. I would take that. Yeah, definitely. Given that we have the payoff here, I'm just gonna ramp and just go one deeper. For sure, Jason. I would play. I like Deafening Silence a lot personally. My issue with it is more so it doesn't help you against the A plus B combo decks, which is why where Thoughtseize tends to be really good against. Obviously here I'm not gonna bounce. I'm gonna take the Nar set off because I don't want to get echoed, so to speak. What did they put in their hand? Oh, they put the Consumes All, I think. Yeah, yeah, they did. I think the line here is, well, we know they don't have force. That much we know. So I think, okay, if I bounce and replay it, I'm down to, okay, I don't have no mana. So we'll just do it this way. They can't force our, I'm doing it wrong. I should cast once and then cast Green Sun first and then do it the other way. So I'm gonna get Grist down plus, and then put Reclaimer on the board. Force them to play Consume. If they don't, we get a Cradle, so it's like lose-lose for them, right? So the way you beat these control decks is with elves is you force them to play on 2 different axes. There's a creature axis here, and then Grist just attacks in a completely different way. So let's see what they do. Yeah, Green Deafening Silence, I definitely would play, and I think everybody would be happy about that from the Sylvan Syndicate. We will get our revenge one day, as Tony said. There's like a tribal meeting almost, right? Like a Sylvan Syndicate, what is it called? Council meeting, I should say. Not tribal meeting. If Eli were here, it'd be a tribal meeting. Sure. When Thorn is 1 mana. That is my issue with Thorn at the moment. So, the Feel Bads only get 1 creature, or I guess 2, right? Was our... Okay, never mind. I think we plus first. Oh, great. We just lost our win condition. Which is okay, I think. Here I'm going to play it safe. There's really no need to run into maybe a second, Consumes All. I think. Oops, that was bad. That was bad by me. I realized it too late. Yep, that was bad by me. I could have dug deeper, but I think that's okay. I think Curse of Silence is terrible against the Storm decks. Having tried it myself, but it's like pretty good against A plus B. So the thing about that is like Thoughtseize hits both. So if you're in white, you kind of have to pick, right? Like, do you want to be which one you want to be? Granted, the white hate is harder, if that makes sense. Like Thoughtseize is like a 7 both ways, whereas Curse of Silence is like a 9 or so against the A plus Bs, but like a 5 against the Storm decks, and then Definitely Silence is like a 10 against the Storm decks, but like a 5 against the A plus B decks, right? Like so it whereas Thoughtseize is like somewhere in the middle, like a 7 or 8 against both. So we lost our win condition, but I think we're probably still ahead. Sure. They may bounce this. I've seen people like, yep. They made the game losing mistake of, yeah, for sure. Thank you for the rate, Aidna. Sorry. I'm glad you're not sorry though. Should not be if you don't mean it. How's it going? How's your league or your whatever you were streaming earlier? How was your results or the stream? We are in our second league, I guess. Yeah, 4-1 is solid. We went 4-1 as well. We started 0-1 and then won 4 straight. And we also started this league 0-1. Yeah, Karn, interesting. What deck out of Karn? Painter or Acast? I think here we just take down the Teferi, right? Just like, ooh, that's annoying. That is definitely annoying. Let's see if they get Cauldra or Jit. Skull. Well, that is gonna be annoying. I think here we can just like do this. See what we get. Visionary solid. Same day. Sure, that's fair. Oh, I have to be careful. They have consumes though. What am I doing? It's like 1 or less, right? Yeah. All right. I need to be careful. We'll go 1 to fairy and then 1 to user. I don't think I have any more fetches, right? Yeah, I'm already out. All right, thank you. May the odds be in your favor. So they probably, presumably, cast consumes all again. This is annoying, but If they don't, we're just gonna continue to recycle the visionaries. It's a little awkward that Hoof is exiled. Gris is on probation now, right? For that. That's not supposed to happen. That makes sense though about the better control. What he said, though. Let's see if it's gonna be consumed all again. Nope. All right, they're gonna try to grind us out, I guess. Stoneforge is interesting though. Actually, maybe here's the consumes all. Question here is, do I probably bounce the visionary. They can probably have the reclaimer. Like I said, the awkward part here is we don't have a win condition at the moment. That's actually pretty good. I think we want to slam our reclaimer down in case we want to get Cradle. Plus here and then bog our opponent. That way we can once upon a time next turn. We get a little bit punished if they have another consumes all though. Which I don't know how many copies they have, but this is like pretty greedy already, right? 4C. Actually, with Glimpse in mind, well, they could have Narset, to be fair. I was thinking maybe we don't play the Reclaimer, but no, they could have Narset and then we get punished. Yeah, I would think minimum two. That's true, but we're actually in range now. They just do it all in the same turn. Maybe it doesn't matter, but it would suck if that happened. But I think you definitely want the Reclaimer to get Cradle. The awkward part, like I said, is this being binned. So we can't we have to kill them the old fashioned way now. Which is significantly harder. You can't just tinker for your win, so to speak. That is really good. I think it's the real deal. 1 second. Ooh. Yeah, 2 shepherds left is very important. There is just the go completely wide also, but I'm not sure we want to be doing that. There's no way we're not taking. Well, we could take visionary. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way we're not taking Cradle, but I stand corrected. 22 cards left. That could be relevant. That's fair. That is fair. We do know it's on the bottom. There's no more fetchables anyways. So yeah, that's fair. I that is definitely more than fair. We probably don't care about this being on the board still. I think we just probably just want to glimpse our deck. You know, rewarded there, right? We had to be a little bit careful not to overdraw, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. Oh, I was going to say, is Birchthorn gone? Yes, it is. So Archon is dead. Boseiju is a good hit. Why do you? Oh, you talking about to get the Strix off the board? You get ferried. Why does that get to ferried? Oh, you're talking about the. Okay, sure. I see what you're saying. I think I'm going to activate here, and then tick down. Probably take the Kaya off the board. Bash with, our creatures. And then just leave mana up. Is there any reason to keep going? Probably not. And we just discard everything else. I don't. We can't cast the Archon anymore, so I'm gonna pitch that. I don't think we care about the Collector Oof either. And then I will throw away the once. Yeah, the ultimate is pretty juiced, as Jason mentioned. Didn't matter that we killed him the old school, go wide way. Haven't not even a symbiote. I think it's yeah. I think we killed him the old school way, which is it comes up every once in a while, but typically if you've been there before, as long as you don't panic, it's typically fine. I want to give a shout out to Romario for sure. He is definitely one of the premier, I think, elf players in the world now. Given all the things he's taught me, I'm glad to have him in this chat. So want to have it's nice to have somebody who or a group of people who also understands the way the deck is built, because I think that is the most useful, and Romario knows this in terms of like it helps for actual playing the game, because if you understand how the choices are selected, you don't you actually you're more likely to make the right play is what I'm saying in a convoluted way. All right. Yeah, Romario has a gnarly beard now. Yeah, four active glints. I don't want to go to four cards. Like I know we have those green suns, but like still. All right. We're gonna play against quad engineers probably presumably here, so we just definitely want to go down on heritage druids. Collector Oof is no good here. I think the saga is like there's some merit. The bog is no longer good here too. I think we can potentially grind, but we'll see. I don't think endurance does anything. The graveyard hate in this matchup doesn't do anything. For sure, Max. I know. I keep every time I'm streaming, I run into Max. But well, luckily we didn't this time. We went 4-1 in the previous league. We started 0-1 and rattled off four in a row. We also started 0-1 this second league, losing to Eric Landon on Reanimator. We did beat Gristlebrand in game two, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be game three. Here up a game against 4C Control. We just powered through I think multiple consumes all because sorcery speed sweepers is not that great against elves in my opinion. Yeah, pretty much a million glimpses more or less. Ah, that is in line with typical traditional hard matchups. I guess is probably what I'm trying to say. I Reanimator. The problem is while I feel good about the matchup, you are automatically down a game to start the match, which hurts. What's going on? Are they gonna fluster this? That makes sense, Max, against Reanimator. Alright, only one target. Um, I think here we like part of me wants to leave Reclaimer. I think we just want to ramp, to be honest. I do not remember. Actually, we thought there could be spell pierce, so maybe we should have played one of our other spells, like play Reclaimer on one or whatever. Although it's kind of a slow start though, is the only problem. Here on turn two, if we go Reclaimer Shepherd, we walk into a Consumes All. Maybe that's okay. If you are unsure, the correct play is just a ramp. It is more often than not the correct play. And there, ugh, that is really good against us. That is some kind of hate. Ooh, nice. All right. So not all is lost. We have the natural order, which conveniently beats these kind of canonist effects. Ooh, all right. I hope we don't get comboed here. Swords, I'm okay with that, I think. We're just gonna jam shepherds until they don't have removal anymore. There is Bosages. Like this is really nasty. Hate. And good thing we're running 3 Bosages, right? To deal with those. Oh my god. So we know one card is swords, and I think we just straight up jam right now. They might just swords this year actually. Yeah, I think they realize we have 3. Oh, maybe not. All right, we're not gonna give them a chance. Oh, that's true. They can't do it this turn. They missed it. Wow. All right, we officially stole this game. I don't think they can beat this card, even if they undoing us. It is, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like insane against us. Like, it not only does it stop our comboing, it stops Cradle too. And we were like Cradle dot deck, right? Ending is not going to work here. They need. I don't want to say they out. Unfortunately, they have. It happened to me recently where my opponent was hellbent, and they played the card into the card, and I couldn't believe it. I'm not gonna say what it is until after this match. Romari, why you gotta do me like that? Now it's gonna happen, right? Actually, they can't even because, well, I guess they could. Okay, gotta play around those edicts, right? Gotta play around those edicts. I have a running joke with if he's still on max. I see these people always say, "Oh, Grix is favored against Ellis," but I mean, more often than not, I fight through these plague engineers. It's not a big deal, right? Um, I don't think so. Well, I mean, maybe. I guess the relevant card would be a fetch land to play around Edict again. Yeah, so I should have is the answer, Max. I kept thinking this is a Canonist, but Decent and Max are both correct. I definitely okay. The correct line here was you glimpse you glimpse into the reclaimer and then you hope to draw the fetch land because that gives you double immunity to an edict effect or whatever. Not that it would have mattered, like given that like cast strapped. Like the line for them was dress down into swords. But it could have been, end of step like edict or something, or two edicts effects or whatever. Yeah, no, definitely a good question. I just like for some reason thought that was a Canonist again. Like I just like I'm programmed into my brain that that card does not allow me to do the things I want. It shuts off Cradle and it shuts off my multi spell turns for the most part. I know we could, right? We're starting this league off the similar to the rest, and then, similar to the other league. I will now take a quick restroom break, and I'll bring up my list again. I'm back. Let's see. Let's catch up on chat here. Actually, let me start the queue first before I do that. Looks like, yeah. For those who don't know, Max is one of the founding fathers of the innovative temporal mastery Doomsday list that runs. It's like more of a tempo build because it runs a creature package as well with Strix and the Hermit. I forgot what Malevolent Hermit. I think this is a keep, but not by much. Sometimes I wonder, like, chat must be watching my the hands I keep. Is like, oh god, I can't believe Newton's keeping these hands. Euro has a reclaimer problem, in my opinion. Hey Ari, how's it going, man? So it's kind of funny in the sense that coming directly out of the okay, here I think we can't afford to just, well, we could take another land, I guess. I think here the line is to take the Visionary. Yeah, hey, so I was saying, what was I saying? Oh, coming out of the bans from last February, I think it was, when Dreadhorde, Astrolabe, and what was the third card? And Oko got banned. I actually thought coming out of that ban that Uro was the best creature in Legacy, with the best creature having been banned, namely Dreadhorde. Since then, I have flipped on my position because Uro has a reclaimer problem at the moment, in my opinion. It also has a problem that it just doesn't kill the combo player fast enough. And that's why those undoing decks, I think, are like super popular because you threaten your own like combo, so to speak. Uh-oh. That's okay, I think. Yeah. Makes me somewhat regret not taking the Cradle, but not so much. Yeah, this is like mostly fine, I think. I think we just. Oh, did they? I didn't even look. Yeah, I guess you're right. They did tell us. I didn't. I didn't look this time. Well, we did draw the green sun, which is nice. I probably don't respect these kind of decks as much as I should. This is kind of a whatever's hand. I will not be bouncing Visionary here. Might open up a line for Heritage Druid is why. I know who's. I just got a notification. Who are these mods, Ari, that we're talking about? Just tweeting during the match right now. Is it Euro or Euro? That is the question here. Oh my God, I cannot believe they have that. Sure. I think we bounce actually because we might just dig deeper, right? In case we don't hit a land. Given that we hit a land though, I think here we just like get the collector oof. The good old oof is nice here. In case they have more shenanigans. Oops, I should do it this way. Murktide and Wreck are not cards you want. Bad. Sure. I believe it, Max. I believe it. Okay, that's what I get for fetching that. That is my fault. I should have not fetched that. And I don't know why like I did that. The good thing is I don't think it really matters because of the bog. Like if they have triple wasteland, then yeah, it becomes the matter. But I don't think it matters here. In case they have Crucible or something. We just want one more land. And not an Arbor, please. The good thing is that Once Upon a Time gets through the chalice and can find the fourth land if need be. In fact, I probably think that's the correct play. They may bash with the reclaim mana reshaper, but we're not gonna block. All right. TKS? Oh, that. Well, we can't attack anymore. Jeez, no creatures. I mean, no lands. At least we bottom all those cards. And then if we hit a land here now off the top, that should be game. Presumably they're gonna attack, right? So that's 6. We go to 10. Yes, correct. No, we would have waited a turn. I don't think we fetch actually because we know the bottom. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. I almost freaked out because our Bayou's in the yard. We just have enough here. Just barely. This is the danger sometimes of running only 4 fetchables. I know I'm gonna seem like a barbarian, but if we fetch Arbor and missed, attacking with all would have turned off Saga activation. Would have. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, sure. We were at 2, 3, 4. They could chump the oof, but yeah, and then they go to 1. That's fair, and they can't cast like whatever they need to cast, Smasher or whatnot. Harder than it needed to be, but I definitely was not very alert that game. Force is like kind of insane here. I think Needle is good. Shadow Sphere is good. The whole Saga package I think is good here. Um, Honestly speaking, it's not make or break. I think it's a slight improvement, but not huge. It's the best usage out of it is like Needle, and we haven't really faced Needle decks. Besides, I guess lands, where it was actually good, but we threw. Let's see. I don't think we have the time, based on what I saw, to glimpse. So I'm just gonna board down on it. I think we just have to commit to the board, right? Anything else we want? I don't think we want anything else there. Like unlike Moonstomp, endurance is not good here because like what are we blocking? I think we just want to commit to the board. It's like very tempo-ish matchup. Argument to be made, Need was not even good enough, but we'll see. Like they could have like in theory, like a ratchet bomb or something. Of course. Maybe we'll draw the Force of Vigor to pitch the Progenitus. Not ideal, but we gotta keep. Yeah, that's fair, Jason. Jason always with the heads up lines. Another honorary elf magic player here. um, I think that's gonna be no longer true when you face somebody or myself on this version. Like this is the worst Saga deck in the format, in my opinion. Fun fact: I have never actually hardcasted a Progenitus. I know a lot of people have, like at least a few times. I have never actually done it because the game has always been decided. Things I have done with Progenitus though is I have pitched it to Endurance and Force. I have Green Sun for it. The irony is I've only Green Sun for Progenitus twice in my life, and it happened within the same week. It was kind of insane. There we go. Ari knows all about Chancellor of the Tango. Oh, shout out to Ari. Won a PTQ recently, so hats off to Ari for making it to the Pro Tour for the first time. So if you guys get a chance, he is the one of the big foremost authorities on Grixis Death Shadow. So I would go there if you are interested in learning Modern. I think that was right. It was Grixis Death Shadow. Am I correct, Ari? All right. I think here we just like want to dig for lands, so I'm just gonna Visionary. That is like pretty good too. Yeah, I think we need to hit lands, so that's like sort of good. They could still be dead. Agreed. We'll see how explosive their hand is. If it's it could be a. Okay, I don't think we care about those cards. That is very good. Please don't dismember me. That's like the worst. Oh, like when I have a 1-drop on the stack and they dismember the shepherd. Nice. It's a full-on combo right here, right? All the 1-drops. So land and they're dead. They might even be dead without a land, depending on the creature, like Heritage. Heritage low key. Oh, Heritage low key broken. Not anymore, but yeah, it did. This, I cannot understate how good this card is. It is beyond me that elf players I still see 0 copies when it is arguably at its best in this deck. We do have a game on our hands. Jack. That's true. Natural Cradle. We can just straight up dig for it, right? So okay, my opinion on that, since David brought it up, yeah, Queer Ranger and Nettle Sentinel to me is not a real card. Like it's win more. Like if I'm being honest, Queer Ranger I love. The problem is like when they printed Boseiju, that's kind of like the final nail in the coffin for it, right? All right. I'm gonna go ahead and once, I guess. Oops, I did it wrong, but that's okay. Hmm. There is the cradle that I was looking for. I think we just leave it like this. And then we just pass. Yeah, yeah. I think it's correct to just leave the cradle up, right? We can block if need be. I think we just like wreck their whole board here, right? And I don't think we want to give them the draw, so we take the 3. This is a sick attack. Yeah, it is. Not gonna disagree with that. Yeah, for sure. I think that's pretty much their mentality, right? They just like lost. Yeah, they have to make their out was we misclick through the declare attacks. All right. We are doing slightly trying to keep up our pace for last league, right? Yeah, Matter Reshaper is just really bad in the matchup. I don't know, maybe they don't have anything to bring in. I would personally take that card out. I'm like, it's 3 mana, I'm never blocking it. Maybe that's good they keep it in, but it just seems bad. So yeah, anybody who knows me knows like even the list that I played when I won the showcase qualifier and qualified for the mocks. I played 4 Queen Ranger, and it was very instrumental in that event. But the thing is, like, you have to adapt, in my opinion, and legacy players never seem to adapt. And unfortunately, when a card like Boseiju gets printed, or just like all these broken cards, these are like Allosaurus Shepherd, you have to make room for the good cards, in my opinion. Actually, not even my opinion. I think that's what Zoomers do a good job of. They don't have any sentimental ties to these old cards, and they just play the best cards. And I don't know why you would not play, for instance, the new Boseiju at the cost of Queen Ranger. And that Queen Ranger is a card I think that is actually very good too, like high floor. But it's just unfortunately there's no room, right? Yeah, I mean, I just don't get me wrong. Like I understand the sentimental. Like it, one of the saddest days for me was like cutting what's it called, like cutting Queer Ranger, like going from 4 copies to 1, and eventually 1 to 0. And unfortunately, there's just no room is the issue. The daisies. All right. I think here we don't have a payoff, so I'm gonna lead with the Birch Lore. I get punished if they're on like a DNT and they swords me here. Uh oh. Depths would be kind of bad too. All right, they're gonna port me, I guess. Sure. I think they're on lands again. People in their lands. I mean, the DNT community is, in this chat at the moment. I am a DNT player myself. Granted, a boomer one, so it's 60 cards. I don't have all the 80 cards yet, but what is it called? I do need to update and get better, or yeah, update my D&T deck to have 80 cards. I think here we have to Visionary. There is an argument to be made. We collect oof them here. Actually, I like that. What do you think, chat? Collect oof or Visionary? I think Stone Rain here is nice, right? Because they could just have the combo. Yeah, I think we just Stone Rain. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's not even that play to lose, right? It's a Stone Rain. All right, this is. I think they're on lands, and I like where this is headed. They don't have a green source now. Sure. So here, that's 4. I think we just played. Man, if they Tabernacle us, that's gonna be annoying. So do I play around the Tabernacle here, or do I play around the Wasteland? Probably the Wasteland. I think so too, David. The Tabernacle, my least favorite card in all of Magic. Not even because I think it's like overpowered. It's just super annoying for me. Sure. I think they are lands. We just like screw them out of the game. A colored mana, right? I know, right? Sure. I think we're off lethal by 1. Yeah, by 1. I disagree, Seja. I almost quit Moto the first week I played it because of Tabernacle. Because the triggers are just horrendous. I highly disagree with that, Sadra. My own personal experience, I was like, why would this card even exist on Moto? Like, the triggers are miserable to handle online. All the clicking. There you go. See, somebody else is saying that. Yeah, Tabernacle, tap Cradle, done. One step. I believe it. Like I said, I almost quit Moto because of it. All right, let's take out these bad cards. The oof randomly good there. I still don't think we keep it in, but you know, at least the threat is there, right? That doesn't happen anymore, Sadra, from what I understand, right? Like based on the way they word it out, like you can just not be okay. Yeah, there you go. Oh shit. This is like close. I think we keep it on principle. This is like so dangerous though. I'm gonna run out the least important elf first. If we get Wasteland here, it's kind of bad. I could have hit the Saga, but I chose not to. That's okay. So that gonna cost me now, right? Not hitting the saga there with the force. Ugh. We'll see. We could just draw into a needle, right? There's that. Oh my god, why? If we do it this way, we can technically shadow sphere into. We could, yeah. That's what I'm thinking about. Probably the symbiote. I screwed this game up though by not hitting this saga. Okay, we just lost. Never mind. Actually, they could have crop rotted in response to my force, so we were screwed anyways. I think. Why they didn't get Yavimaya here is beyond me though. Like this is like old school tech. Yeah, if they had crop we would have been got anyway, so I don't feel as bad now. All right. Anyways, I will concede. I don't know why they should be playing Yavimaya. Like I don't think there's the only thing I can think of is if you want to go turn one crop tomb sphere resistance. That's like the one thing you can still do, right? But otherwise, um, Yavimaya is so much better. Sphere is the one reason, right? But it seems kind of niche. I mean, I guess you try to line up A plus B, right? A being crop, B being sphere. It could be an and, yeah, Jason for sure. All right, we got ranch there, but I think I'm okay with that. I think we keep this just on the principle of natural order. Like that is the best way to beat these, and just if they have the merit range, so be it. Yeah, it is. I mean, to, the hand is quite slow though, but the deck does draw well, and we have the most important card of the matchup, which is this. This is the most important card of the matchup, aside from Delver. So they're gonna potentially port us again, which is fine. Sure. Sure. If they wanted to ban a card to make unplayable, what's the most important card in general? I don't think so, actually. I think they can live without natural order. It might be. That's a good question. Uh, it's probably like symbiote or visionary, maybe. You just want to make it unplayable because then you have to go all in, right? I mean, they could ban God's Cradle. The deck will probably play similar. This deck will be probably dead, but like, or this version of the deck might be dead. But ugh. I'm. But I think you would see like the Netto versions or whatever still. I think this is gonna be feel really bad to do, but I think we have no choice. This is feels like I'm gonna say really bad to do. no. I'm gonna let that die. Interesting that they didn't port. Um, I think it's man. Sure, I think we have to get Cradle online. I don't think we can win this game, given Tabernacle being out without it. If they have another waste, it's like a disaster. Oh my god. I hate these games. Oh my god. There's no need to play creatures. It doesn't do anything. I thought about getting a basic too, but the problem is it just does no good, right? Like we're like on one mana essentially. They did loam, which is interesting. Man, if they have endurance there, I would be mad. I don't even think we can play anything. We could play a burst, but we just like tap ourselves for no reason. I guess virtual would increase the clock, so maybe I should have done it. This matchup is no fun. We need to hit land drops. We need to hit land drops. Might be a blessing in disguise, actually. So we're not gonna committed to the Reclaimer anymore. We could just once for mana. This is just miserable though. This is why. Well, maybe yeah, maybe I should have brought in the endurances, like because of these kind of matchups, board states. Oh my god. and we just can't get out of it. Like this lock. Highly possible that we should bring in endurance, just in case this happens. Probably, but I don't think we're getting to. We're so far away right now because of two ports. I think Salvo Webs is a good one. We couldn't even cast it here at this point, unfortunately. I think probably we board in endurance is now correct because of this could happen. Like we're dying to the loam. Because we're unlikely to be able to glimpse, so we might as well turn them to free permission essentially, right? We would have been able to stop the bleeding, so to speak, even if it we 0 for 2 ourselves. It's already we're gonna be 0 and 3 tonight against lands, so it has to be better than what we're currently doing. If they even slip up for a second, we actually have a window, but they would have to slip up. Oh my god, they're gonna hit our miss these. Yikes, that is brutal. All right, do we concede now? So I think the new game plan is you bring in the 4 endurances, and then we take out the glimpses because they're horrible. And I think we tried that. That is the next chapter in the quest for solving this matchup. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a slow death. All right. Should we pack it in? I don't think we're winning from here. We'd have to hit like 5 land drops because they're gonna continue to port our 2 basics. Yeah. All right. In the interest of chat, I'll save everybody time. This is just miserable. Let's see if it would have gone anywhere. I think the ley line. Sure, we're not winning. We're getting destroyed actually. I think the good thing is I think that kind of solidifies like what we cannot beat, and I think we just boarded endurance even if it feels bad, right? Like we take them off loam. Yeah, we're 0 3 at tonight, Josh, against Lance. And I think the problem is like they have 2 ways of killing us, right? And we have to guess essentially what they're on. They're either on a quick merit lage, or they're on the low like lock you out strategy. And unfortunately, our answers are completely different for both. Aside from maybe pithing needle, right? Like, which helps, admittedly, but I think that means we have to keep in their endurance as much as it pains me. Yeah, we have to guess, and the problem is, if we guess wrong, we ought to lose because our deck just does not line up well against theirs because of Tabernacle. Like, if the artifact people think, energy flux is bad, like we've been dealing with this nonsense for, and when I say nonsense, obviously I say that jokingly, half jokingly. I have a lot of lands friends. Jar Dog is obviously a good friend of mine that is part of the really part of the Elf Tribunal too. He has been one of the I don't know what you want to call it, but like behind the shadows, so to speak. I'll ask him for advice and whatnot. There you go. I think in my top five of like cards I just dislike playing against, Tabernacle is definitely number one by a lot. And I told this to Max, who's online right now, Max Dorshin, earlier today. I think Opposition Agent is definitely in the top five for sure as well, because our deck is just all tutors. What else is unfun for me to play against? Uh, Trinisphere on turn one is like really unfun. So there's those two. Hope Reacher I've kind of like learned to deal with because it's like pretty common, I guess. Uh, but yeah, I hate playing as Agent because most decks don't play it, and I just get got by it all the time. Oh, I bet Agent is public enemy number one, probably to the Sylvan Syndicate, because unlike the Cantrip Cartel, which does not like Spirit of the Labyrinth, for instance, all of the green cards just tutor, so pretty much hoses all the green decks. There you go. 406 plays post. What else? Oh my goodness. Max used a Witch Claw to get his own agent. That's pretty hot. So the whole Sylvan Syndicate here is gonna rag on Max. He has two agents in his sideboard, in his Doomsday sideboard. All right, we are 2-2. Maybe we can finish on a strong note. On the good thing is, I think what was I gonna say? I do think that we reached a consensus in terms of like, do we board in the endurances? I think even though when it's bad, it's really bad. I think we just take the chance that we line it up against what they have, because otherwise you get a situation like, game three here. We just do not get to play Magic. And game two, unfortunately, they just had a fast kill. I wonder how we won game one. Oh, game one we just locked them out. We even had a ley line here, right? But again, I wish it was flipped, right? We had the ley line game three. That would have been nice. Um, I think it's like really strong if not disrupted, but then I think it is kind of vulnerable too. So like for instance, I played against someone. Granted, they didn't seem like they were experienced with the deck, but one Force of Vigor and the deck just didn't do anything. Right? Like I hit their mana bond, and just they just did not interact with me the rest of the game essentially. So there's that. I mean, granted, the sample size of that is like one, and then so I do think one thing, even though they're A plus B deck, I would not recommend boarding in Thoughtseize against them because you can't take the mana bond when they're on the play. Also, it's weak to Wasteland. The reasoning is it's easier to play. It's also more fun because you have these explosive turns. Uh, so there's that, right? The novelty of that. Another one is you beat fair decks by even more. Like what I mean by that is like it's hard to stop Saga plus Field of Dead. Like just a bunch of token producers, so to speak. So I think those are the main draws, right? Like also people are not as familiar, so you probably have some advantage that way too. The fun, that's what I said, right? The fun differential. Like a lot of times they have the turn two just like put 16 zombies or whatever into play. I've had it done to me for sure. Where like they will turn one, obviously. What is it called? They go turn one mana bond, turn two mulch, hit like three lands, and then boom, put another seven into play or whatnot. They are not favored, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. Like if you're a good Delver player, I think you can potentially navigate through it. Uh, I'm not sure what. Like there are some haymakers. Like I saw like Matthew Vook is playing Ruination now, so that like wrecks that deck. What else is there? There's like Blood Moon decks, obviously. Uh, I would have to suspect that the clock of the 8 mulch is way more consistent from what I've seen. Yeah, so from what I've seen, it's way more linear, right? Like your game plan is pretty much always gonna work out. Like whereas like there's a lot of play to the normal green red version, in my opinion. I haven't played lands, but just for being on the other side, as I'm getting well, aside from the trouncing that we got in game three, like a lot of these games tend to be very intricate against lands, from my experience. So you just lose hard to combo and probably beat fair decks by even more. Obviously, you're weak to things like Blood Moon, but uh, I mean that's always been the case for lands. I think I think it's just way more. You're playing your own game essentially, so to speak. I wouldn't say it's like the traditional build. It's like quite different in my opinion. Having played against it, I think 3 or 4 times or whatever it is. All right. Let's see if we can finish round. We're playing against Breccaroni here. Hey Jax, the Godfather of combo is here in the house. How much space does that have iterate to evolve? Probably some. I saw some cool lists running like Tolaria West, so that was pretty cool. Ooh, all right. Looks like we're playing against Reanimator, or it could be Hogak. Looks like it's Hogak here, or it could be Dredge. I don't think it's Dredge actually, because of Badlands. I think we want to deck thin here. I think I'm gonna get the basic. I don't think it matters. I mean, Cradle. I know Jax would definitely. I mean, we gotta pay. I'm gonna pay my respects to Jax here, the Godfather of combo himself. All right, so they have a fast Hogak. Yes, the equivalent for elves is 8 cast. I will try to retweet all the popular 8 cast tweets as I can to try to get people on that deck. We are getting gacked here, unfortunately. We have a slow hand. Why is because 8 cast has a lot of disruption against traditional combo. We are not traditional in the sense that they have four. So they have 8 forces, 4 in the sideboard, 4 in the main, and then they have 4 Chalice of the Void. We unfortunately have 3 to 4 Allosaurus Shepherd and 4 Green Sun Zenith and 4 Once Upon a Time. So it just lines up miserably for them. That's the crux of it essentially. Also, we have these hosers like main deck collector oof. Sure. We have these hosers like main deck collector oof or Archon that just like single handedly ends the game on spot, right? Yeah, Archon is dumb, oof is dumb, like everything's like dumb, right? What do they name? Natural order, sure. Ooh, interesting. I may want to bog here because I don't want them to therapy my. I don't want them to therapy my glimpse. I think what we do is we set. Here we go. We're gonna set a stop on end combat and block and then bog them. Although they have the bridge, which is annoying. Actually, no, that's okay. Yeah, let's go. Just do that. And then we just bog now. A huge mistake by our opponent. Like, potentially game-losing mistake. Fortunately, we have to do something to that Hogak pretty soon. Hmm. We have to chump. I think we have to set up a turn, unfortunately, and then try to kill on the backswing. So we are gonna lose our reclaimer. I think we try though to glimpse. Shoot. All right, we did not get there. Yeah, Caracas would be pretty nice here. Actually, that's okay. Yeah. I was gonna say, but that doesn't work because we only absorb 4, so they can still attack. So, we could have. I don't know if that matters. I guess it did matter. Well, it did matter. I guess. I think we're just dead now, right? So that has to chump there. We can eat one. Did they play a land yet? They did. Uh, this is not a zombie. I'll probably just block the crawler. Go to... Yeah. Oops, I blocked wrong. That was on me. I'm supposed to block the Avenged Bond. I don't think it matters though. We're like pretty dead. Yeah. Our opponent misplayed, but didn't matter, unfortunately for us. I think we should be okay with the endurances. The Shadow Sphere might be like pretty good here potentially to like stabilize. Definitely don't want those. Oops, wrong one. I don't think we want the Force of Vigors. I think they're too narrow. The Needle we could name. Oh yeah, the Needle is probably good here. I think given the current setup, we probably don't want Glimpse to be honest. We can Needle the altar too, but yeah. I don't think we want to go down 2 cards for a Force of Vigor though. And then we can rely on this. No glimpses. This might be okay. So the question is, do we want the glimpses or do we want the wirewood? Probably the wirewood because it's better for sequencing. Like glimpse is like really awkward when we're playing combo mirrors, in general. And given this, we have reclaimer. Maybe that's okay. Well, I mean, there is this like. I'm fetching here because I'm hoping to just hit a Cradle. No Cradle, but that's okay. Is Jun a turn 2 deck, turn 3 deck? How much time do we have? I think 2, But it's gonna be way harder with Leyline now, right? Like they might just already be dead. This card reads if you don't want like we're not gonna interact is with you either. I've found these decks to be very weak to Leyline. Like even if they have the answer, it's hard for them to like put pressure. Okay, yeah. So they just scooped straight up to Leyline. Like, that's what I mean. Like this card wins more games than any card in the sideboard. Maybe I should just play three. There, there is no card that wins more games than Leyline by itself, and you can probably see why because of like that happens. They just concede to it. They just cannot beat it. Yeah, maybe that means I should be playing three. I can go down to maybe one force. Force did for what it was worth did help us win that TES game, but maybe we just concede that matchup. I can like conceivably see that. Um, I don't think I like this because it doesn't stop any of the enablers. Slow clock as well. The once like we're pretty far from natural. We're like on a mole already. I do not think cutting C's is on the menu. Yeah, here I don't think we rely. I think we mole. Ugh, this is like worse. I think we bottom the shepherd and we bottom the once. It's nothing is untouchable, but it's probably as close as you can get. I think the only thing more untouchable in the sideboard than Thoughtseize is probably Progenitus. As crazy as that sounds. Well, I guess I'm pitching that. I think here we get the Boseiju as the second land. And then we ramp. There's an argument to be made. We just main phase the endurance here in case they play a fetch. But I think I'll just hold for now. I think we have to do it now, sadly. This is quite annoying. Yeah, I think we have to play three ley line. Is the gut I got from this match right now because we have to see it. Well, unfortunate, but we have to see it consistently in our opener. There's just so much graveyard hate now. Is the reason. I think we're gonna lose this game. Unfortunately. Our opening hand was a needle, I think, and a. I think it was a needle and a natural order. Yeah, that's not gonna cut it. I think. Like this can grind through a like we needed to see the ley line. I think. We even cut the hoof, so I'm not sure we can win. Unfortunately, we end on this note, but it is what it is. I should take off the stop. Yeah. They had a very resilient hand, unfortunately, and I think it's just not safe to not play more than we need to have ley line consistently. I think is the takeaway. I think from this match, like our opponent didn't even play that cleanly. Like they had a big misplay game one that didn't cost them, but it just didn't matter because I think we just graveyard decks is one of those things where you just if you have enough hate, you will win. It's just you don't want to have to go to five. It's like especially for elves, which is a critical mass deck, to see your graveyard hate. I think we can concede. We're pretty far behind. This is a matchup actually where Caracas would have been. Um, that is yeah. That you can say that, Sadra. Like the most resilient, I think, of these kind of decks is the Madness deck because they just don't even need the graveyard. But then it's also the least explosive, right? Like there's a trade off. The Madness deck is more or less a glorified aggro deck with some graveyard elements. So I think we can't win. So especially without Glimpse, so I'll just concede. This matchup, I think we miss Caracas though because we can actually deal with the Hogag otherwise, but I think that's okay. 2-3 in the second league, not great. Unfortunately, we lost to. I think we learned everything. I think we learned a lot though from this league, so that's okay. I think going forward, I'll bring up my. Whoops, wrong one. I'll bring up the collection right now. I think I'll make the change in real time. So yeah, the Jund version plays once. So does the both versions. I think they don't play four, but they do play. Oops. Um, yeah, here it is. I think we probably want the third one. Uh, I think the targets today. I'm not 100. Like I would have to play against Delver again. I think this is good, but I could be wrong. And I probably want to do this and just like do not risk losing to these graveyard decks. The good thing is the needle package tends to be good against the Force of Vigor decks. So even though we're the exception is 8 cast, but I don't think we care. Um, Not great against the Urza Echo, but Leyline's good there and Thoughtseize is good. So I probably would do this going forward, given what we just saw, right? We just want to hit this consistently against graveyard decks because I think between Leyline, Thoughtseize, and Endurance, uh, we want to not have to mulligan aggressively. Going back. Yeah, that game three. Let's see what happened here. I think game one we lost. Let me go get game one first. Our hand was decent. The problem was we're on the draw, right? This game, like if we're on the play, I think we probably win. To be honest, right? And they have the Hogak out. Like this is a very different game if we're on the play, but that is part of life, and we do benefit from some where we're on the play ourselves. Game three, I think we had to mold to like five or whatever it was, right? Yeah, I do not think this is keepable. Also not keepable. And then we went to five. Yeah, so I think that's really what lost us the game in my opinion. I think we have to have um, another like a high enough density of hay. If that makes sense. All right, that's it. Anybody have any questions for me? Like, here's what I would play. Probably going forward, or close to it. Um, Remains to be seen whether this Shadow Sphere is worth it. I suspect it is, but not by much. Again, I don't think you need this package. I'd probably just like play another Force of Vigor and maybe like some run of fouls or whatnot if you're not, and the Caracas if you're not printing this package. But I think overall, I think it's just not safe to not run Layla. I think if you're an elf player, you get the best return on your investment, so to speak. Main deck has not really been changed since the printing, since like the second week after Boseiju got released on Moto, um, and going to three copies. I like this card is just too good not to play, right? Like since going to three Boseiju, 21 lands, and four Once Upon a Time, I have not touched the main deck. I think it's more or less perfect outside of unless you want the fourth Shepherd or the fourth Heritage or the second Birchworth. Those are like the only things I think I would consider. No Caracas because the needle can name stage already, right? That's the logic for no Caracas, and it's a little bit slow to tutor for. Is the logic. The Shadow Sphere also lets us potentially take a hit, right, so to speak, from a Merit Lage. We're not gonna beat Gristlebrand with Caracas by itself in general. We beat it against Eric Landon because we had Grist, but that's a very different card, right? I don't think in general you're gonna beat. I don't think in general you're gonna beat Reanimator with just Caracas. Archon is gonna hit the table too, unless you're already way ahead, right? So with that said, let's see who's streaming right now. Kilts and Nuts Modern Test. I don't know what that means. Bowlander. Okay, so there's a Neo Dynasty draft. What do you want me to raid next? I don't know why it's 2-2. Actually, oops. Yeah, let's go to. Okay, Ham is streaming drafts too. Let's go to Bowlander. I'll stream them. Or raid them, I should say. Okay, sounds good, David. All right, thanks everybody for dropping by. Appreciate all the subs tonight. Here are my socials again. For those of you who are interested, please subscribe if you have an Amazon Prime account available.